The zoning board of appeals, we are going the 28th of November, 2023, call the order at 6 o'clock. We'll begin with, what was
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No, there's still out there. And Al,
Present.
Joel Russell,
Here.
Michael Allison. Here. I'm sorry, we have a quorum, yes, our board is right. Move on to the minutes from our last zoning board of appeals, dated August 29th, 2023. Does everyone have a chance to read the minutes?
Yes.
Yes. Are there any corrections, revisions, omissions?
No.
Go ahead, Mo.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of the August 29th, 2023 meeting minutes.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? And, Mr. Carter, all of the notices have been received by the, land department?
Yes, they have. Public notice went out, was in the paper twice. And I have received back all the green cards for the abutters that were sent out.
Okay. And so we have two appeals tonight, 2057 and 2058. We're gonna begin with 2058. Would the, secretary please read appeal 2058?
Sure. Appeal number 2058, the applicant is Gavin Barrett Young. Property at 430 Quinn Street, Naugatuck. To the zoning board of appeals, I hereby apply for a variance for the premises located at 430 Quinn Street for fence height. No alterations to buildings is applicable. Under what section of the zoning regulations is this appeal based? Section 24, subsection 24.4.10, requiring that a fence can be no taller than 6 feet in height, requesting a 12-foot high fence. Has any previous appeal been filed in Connecticut with this location? No. Is the property location within 500 feet of another town? No. Please explain the specific hardship, addressing the view from the backyard and from inside the house to the left. I hereby propose and say that the above statements and the statements contained in any papers submitted herewith are true. Applicant Deanna Barrett Young and notary public Hazelton Elliott.
Thank you. Carter, the abutters have been notified.
Yeah, green cards are here.
We will open, appeal 2058. Is Smith Barrett Young present?
I'm here.
Okay. You would just state your name and address for the record and explain to the board and the public what your intentions are.
Joanne Barrett Young, 430 Quinn Street here in Naugatuck. We just want a better view of our yard and, you know, what we're paying for.
Okay.
So in your packet, we were sent out a satellite image which shows the approximate distance of the fence, which is, there's a fence there already now. You'll see that in the other pictures. And the fence is about 60 feet long that they would like to put in. It's a little bit longer than what they've got. That you'll see on the satellite, and then in the next picture and the picture after that, you will see the house next door. That their issue is seeing that moss that's all over the roof. There was a tree that was recently cut down that was behind the garage. It was a rather large dead tree. And that has been cut down. And the condition of the aluminum siding of the house next door, their goal was, again, you wanted to block the view. You've done a
Yes.
lot of work in your yard. And you just wanted to block the view. Mrs. Butler, your neighbor, you talked with her, you said, in the past in the days.
Yes.
And they just felt they're taking on the burden of not forcing her to try and clean the roof, as you see, and replace the roof. Mrs. Butler is about 85 years old or so, and that range,
Yes.
everything.
I think it's fine.
Is there any, are there any questions or comments from the public? Yeah, is there any questions or comments from the board?
I'm okay.
I'm gonna close appeal 2058. And I'm gonna ask for a motion.
I make a motion to approve appeal 2058 for the addition of 6 foot in height for a fence located on the left side of the property for a length of fence not to exceed 60 feet. Is that correct?
It was 60 feet you were doing? The length of your fence? Yeah,
The length of their,
yeah, the length of the new fence, they want to put it be 60 feet.
yeah.
For the property located,
Oh, you said it's additional 6 feet.
Yeah.
for the property located at 430 Quinn Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut, applicant Joeva Barrett Young. I so move.
Well, second.
I'll second.
Does it matter?
All those in favor?
Aye.
And it's so moved.
Okay, so
Thank you.
You're welcome.
as I explained to you, you will get, if there's a 15-day appeal period, then upon the confirmation. I can talk with you with the do the variance and the hand records of the document, and then I can give you the permit. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations.
The very 43 appeal 2057.
Yes, appeal number 2057, applicants Eric and Danette Lindsay. For property located at 29 Hart Street in Naugatuck. To the zoning board of appeals, I hereby apply for an appeal from the decision of the zoning enforcement officer. Has any previous appeal been filed in Connecticut with this location? No. Is this property location within 500 feet of another town? No. Moving on to the letter. To the zoning board of appeals, appealing zoning violation cease and desist order notice. Dear Mr. Carter, I hereby appeal this zoning violation cease and desist order at the premises of 29 Hart Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut. There is no commercial car repair shop being operated at this address. All motor vehicles on this premises being repaired are registered 29 Hart Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut, 06770, with the exception of an unregistered car. It is to be noted that we have been living at this address since January 2021, and since then, our immediate neighbors have been harassing us regarding our motor vehicles, as well as putting your office and staff under stress. Please feel free to make checks at the location. Sincerely, homeowners Eric Lindsay and Danette Lindsay. Thank you very much.
Part of the butters that been done.
Yes.
Thank you. And we're gonna open a public, sorry, we're gonna open public hearing, yeah, 2057. Are the Lindsays present? Yes. Please state your name and address.
Greg Lindsay, 29 Hart Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut.
This is my son representing his mother. And I'm Herrick Lindsay.
I'm sorry?
I'm Herrick Lindsay. 29 Hart Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut.
So you're at the same address?
Yes, yes.
Yes, this is Herrick Lindsay, and this is his son, Gregory Lindsay, who's going to be speaking on your behalf.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much.
And Danette Lindsay is not present.
No.
Okay.
Medical reasons.
All right, ready, anyone else to speak?
No. Let them speak.
Oh, all right. Want to explain to the board?
Yes, so I have I have a few cars in my house and I regularly work on my cars in my garage. The main problem it seems is as our neighbors don't want us to be working in the cars. All of the cars are registered and insured, and they are registered to that address. And I can repeat, no commercial work has been done. at
No
the address.
commercial.
Thank you. Counselor.
Anything else to say?
Yes, based on the letter, that is, written about commercial. I just want to clarify what and how it's being deemed to be commercial when it's our vehicle is being registered at our house in Vernon. How it's being commercial. So I want to clarify.
That information may come out in the next few minutes.
Yes.
Thank you. Members of zoning board of appeals, staff. My name is Franklin Pillacy. I'm a land use attorney. My office is 235 Main Street, Watertown, Connecticut. And I have been retained by the Borough of Naugatuck as a special town attorney to assist with the zoning enforcement activities that are ongoing for this property at 29 Hard Street. With that, I have prepared some documents that I will provide to you. And I have witnesses here that will also testify. The first thing I've done is everything that I have, I will provide a copy to everyone from the zoning board of appeals. But the first document that I have is a copy of the cease and desist order. And I would ask Ed to talk about the cease and desist order. And I have extra copies for everybody. I'll leave the originals with Chairman. So you can keep a good record. I'll leave. Thanks, sir. Here. Ed, do you want to talk about the cease and desist order that you issued in this case?
Yeah, so as you can see by the date of the letter on August 25th, 2023, I issued a zoning violation cease and desist order for 29 Hard Street. The letter just states that it was a cease and desist based upon Naugatuck Land Use Regulations, Section 23, Schedule B, Part C, Commercial Uses. In an RA1 zone, it's apparent to me that there is an ongoing commercial car repair shop currently being operated at 29 Hard Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut. Pursuant to Naugatuck Land Use Regulations, only allowed permitted use in an RA1 zone is for a single family, 2-family, 3-family, and multi-family dwelling. The operation of a commercial car repair shop is not a permitted use in an RA1 zone. I further wrote, it is required that you cease and desist from any commercial car repair activities for the property location known as 29 Hard Street. They were given a time to appeal, or well, first I gave them, they had till September 28th to stop and cease and desist, and then they were given time to also to appeal. And they subsequently did turn in an appeal to us. They did not pay for the appeal. They did not fill out the application, but we warranted it. We thought it would be necessary to follow through with the appeal. So that's what we're doing this evening.
Thank you. The second document, I'm creating a complete record here because this case may go further. So the second document I'm submitting to Ed Carter is the actual appeal letter that I believe Kim already read. I believe this document has already been read into the record, so we don't have to Read that again. The third exhibit or item is the assessor card for this property. To give everyone a full picture of what the house looks like and to show that it's in the one of the pretty nice residential zones in Naugatuck.
Thank you.
The next document that I'd like to submit as part of creating the record is a copy of the deed to this property to show the present ownership is Herrick and Donette Lindsay. Next document that I call Exhibit 5 is a statement listing the sections of the zoning regulations that we believe have been violated by the owners of the property. I call them zoning regulations that are pertinent to zoning enforcement, so I'll comment on this briefly after I pass it out. In a concise supporting way, I'd like to state that the only use, this is one of your better residential zones in Naugatuck, R15, single family dwelling and so forth, and talks about the prohibited items or uses that are not allowed in this neighborhood that are here. And it also goes on to other sections of the zoning regulations of a general nature that are impacted by the activities that the neighbors have had to put up with for over 3 years now, almost beginning when they first moved into the property. Ed, do you have anything further to say about that, or do you have that?
Well, what I have, if you would be willing to pass these out, is from our zoning regulations. Explaining what our district definitions are. This house is in a RA1 zone. Just waiting to have each of you have one. So I highlighted the area 21.2.6 residents RA district. The purpose of an RA1 district, and this comes again out of our zoning regulations, which I have a copy of the regulations right here. The purpose of the RA1 district is to allow single family, 2-family, 3-family, and multi-family dwellings to be developed in areas served by public sewer and public water supply service. The RA1 provisions are intended to regulate high-density multi-family development in areas of Naugatuck most capable of offering urban public services and facilities. The RA1 district shall be restricted to those areas already designated RA1 or approved for development as an RA1 without future expansion. Second page refers to a chart that you'll often hear that we refer to our Schedule B charts, our section chart. Just this one. And this section here. In this, under the land use section, I highlighted motor vehicle repair garages, including automobile, truck, trailer, and farm equipment repairing when accessory and subordinate to another permitted use on the same lot. And you'll notice under RA1 in the chart, it's an X, meaning it's not allowed. If it was in the business zones, B1, B2, it would be a special permit requirement. Industrial zone, it would be a special permit, as would an industrial zone 2. What this is saying as an accessory use, the main use of this property is a residential house. So a person cannot necessarily operate a commercial business while the house is operating as a residential home. We do have provisions in our land use regulations for home occupation businesses. They are specifically called out in the regulations. That could be like a lawyer's office, a real estate office, or something like that. Those are considered to be home occupation businesses, and many people will get certificate of zoning compliances stating that they're opening up their lawyer office in their house. They are something, those things are allowed. We also do allow things as cottage food industries, which the state of Connecticut allows for people that are selling at various fairs and craft fairs. That's a whole procedure they go through with us and with the health department for those type of things. Those are the type of, those would be considered accessory uses to a residential use.
But there are no such permits for this property.
Correct.
Thank you. The borough has retained the services of Stephanie Savoy of Savoy Investigations to also assist in looking into the activities that are ongoing at this property. And Savoy Investigations has provided us with 3 different investigation reports. I'm going to pass those around and then ask Ms. Savoy to testify. Back in a minute, we have a couple more things. Okay. This one here, dated November 27th, is not identified as an exhibit, but we'll just call it 67, we'll call it 7A. I guess for purposes of record keeping. Okay.
Seven, 8.
7A. Now, Ms. Savoy, could you tell the zoning board of appeals members how you've been involved in this case, and then go through the 3 reports that I believe are dated May 19th, August 9th, and November 27th.
Sure, so, sorry, the borough retained me in March to assist in trying to determine whether or not there were commercial activities taking place at 29 Park Street. Through my investigation, it was conducted primarily through social media and identifying the social media accounts of both Gregory Lindsay, who's here, and his brother Leonard Lindsay. I was able to find their social media accounts, which you see in those reports, identified as Sir Lindsay and King Leo. Aside from that, there were other affiliated social media accounts identified as Pure Performance Systems Hot Swap, and further in the reports, Pure Performance System Team, and a few other associated ones. The Cliff Notes version of the social media accounts is all of the pictures and postings are of work being done at 29 Hart Street. There's cars with hoods up, cars being worked on, other people's cars there tagged in the pictures at 29 Hart Street and identified. There are people requesting on social media for the Lindsay brothers, who sometimes go by Bad Ghetto Mechanics on social media to work on their cars. Which you see in those reports as well. We've documented it with all the pictures and screen grabs through those reports. Most recently, in the last 3 to 4 months, it seems, one of the social media accounts switched from Audi CTED to Pure Performance Team. It seems the Lindsay brothers have expanded into now car clubs and car shows, which are also, it seems to be being run primarily from 29 Hart Street. But with 29 Hart Street in the pictures, there's videos posted on social media. Early on in March, there was a video posted of someone else's white car at 29 Hart Street revving their engine with the tag saying hi to the neighbors, revving the engine outside 29 Hart Street. So clearly they know they're making noise, clearly they know there's an issue, and they're just antagonizing on top of the other work associated going on.
Good question. The cars that we were talking about with what's up and all that, are they registered to the Lindsay's, or are these cars that are not registered?
There's some that are registered to Lindsay's based on color and matching. Without having the VIN numbers, I can't be 100% certain if they are. I'm able to see what cars are registered. There's a tan Audi. They don't have a tan Audi registered to them, so I know that car does not belong to the Lindsay's for sure. There's other photos with similar colored cars, but it's tagged and someone identifies themselves as admitting it's their car. So the person is saying it's their car, so it's not the Lindsay's car, obviously. Even though it's a white Audi, they have a white Audi. All of the Audis are the same colors. They're white, silver, black. So it's difficult to say with 100% certainty that that car is or is not the Lindsay's, but when the person admits to it on social media that it's their car, I'm able to then tell it's not the Lindsay's car.
Right. So basically, we're saying the system is that the cars that are being worked on there are not registered to the Lindsay's. So in other words, you can't have that commercial area.
That would be what they're saying, yes.
Correct.
But you said that you were able to get the VIN numbers, like, I mean, they're not on the property, not problem. But marker on the car, on the vehicle, license plate can't be cross-referenced to the number.
They could, but if you and I both have white Jeep Wranglers, and I run my plate, and it comes up as a white Jeep Wrangler, but then I put my plate on your car, that's also a white Jeep Wrangler. I wouldn't know necessarily which one it belongs to, because I can't see the VIN on our cars to identify which one it belongs to, number one. And number two, the other issue a lot of times is the cars are backed into the driveway, and there's no front plates. So you're not able to even get a plate on it to see if it is or not, registered, because there is no front plate, and the cars are typically backed in where you're not able to observe it without going onto the property.
And could you talk about your report of August 9th? You talked about a car being towed in on a trailer and so forth. Could you go through that?
Yes, so on one of the videos posted on the social media account of Gregory Lindsay, there was a video posted of a flatbed towing in a car to 29 Hart Street with the tagline, new swap coming. It seems what they're doing is taking cars in some form of demo mode that have a better engine or supercharged pieces of the car. I'm no expert in mechanics, so something they want. Getting those cars delivered, taking those parts out, putting them into a different car, and then turning and flipping that car to the next car. And it seems to be pretty popular within the Audi community. They seem to be pretty well known for the work that they do in supercharging these cars. and turning them out. And again, in the reports, you'll see people solicit their work. And they set up times to be able to get the cars dropped off.
And then you issued a final report of more recent investigation activity dated November 27th, 2023. Could you take the zoning board of appeals members through that?
Sure, so the final report, each report is sequential, so it's kind of an update from the second report to the third report, so. It covers late summer through the fall for that final report. In the final report, you'll see that no activity has stopped since that cease and desist was ordered by the borough. Activity has continued on per usual. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it seems that they've expanded now into car club show hosting realm, as one of the pages that they were operating, Audi CTED, switched to Pure Performance Team. All the cars were at 29 Hart Street prior to a show. They all go to a show, then post from there and get credit for the show there. So from time of cease and desist to the writing of the report based on postings and tags, again, in social media. And my conversations with the neighbors who you'll hear from and what they've been able to observe and see, nothing has changed.
And this report shows multiple cars at the same location.
Yeah, that report shows a picture of multiple cars posted at 29 Hart Street, and again, identified with different people, so. We're able to tell again that not every one of those cars belongs to those folks.
I think I'm missing some thing there. Having cars meet at a house to go to a car show is okay, right?
Yeah, no, it's just expanding what they're doing, so on top of proposing the auto mechanic repair, rebuilding those
So that's what we're really basically
Yes.
on is the
mechanics,
mechanics.
yes,
The show part,
whatever,
yeah, that, I mean, I've
Yeah.
got people meet in my house.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're really basically going on the cars that are being worked on.
they're being dropped off on
Not-
the flatbeds.
Right, they're
And-
not registered to
Right.
anybody in that house.
Correct. Correct, that they're getting deliveries from flatbeds, tow trucks, et cetera,
Right,
dropped off in the house late at night, during the night,
right.
doing whatever they're doing, flipping the cars, et cetera. And then soliciting work, posting work, advertising the work, all from 29 Hart Street.
Do you have proof of cars being dropped off late at night?
There is one video that they posted to their social media, but the neighbors have more of those videos and pictures that they'll be able to show you. They're not videos that I took, so I can't provide them to you, but the neighbors, you'll be able to see them once the neighbors come forward.
Because right now, when I'm looking at, it, and I'm not, trust me, I'm just being. Because if we have to vote on this, I have to make sure I know what I'm voting on. You know, if the cars are registered to the Lindsay. And people stop by. To see them working on cars. To me, that's okay. If the cars are not registered to Lindsay's and they're running a business out of their house, then that's not okay.
Mhm.
But I would need more proof to show that those cars that are being worked on at the Lindsay's are not the Lindsay's.
Well, you'll see in the reports that Pure Performance Hot Swap page is posting from 29 Hart Street in the back,
Right,
with cars being worked on
right at that location.
at that location, right? So that's a commercial, that's not the Lindsay's, that's the commercial work that we're discussing.
Okay.
So based upon your investigation, is it your opinion that they are promoting a business activity through social media at this location?
Absolutely.
And in your opinion, they are in fact running a commercial or business activity at this location?
Yes.
How many audis are registered? For that?
I believe my last check, it wasn't recently, but at one point I checked and there was 7, I believe, that they have registered. 6, one of them, like 6, I believe, the audits.
Any other questions for Ms. Boyd?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next individual I'm going to ask to present a document and some testimony is Officer Fattaconi of the Naugatuck Police Department. And the police prepared a report that I will submit to everyone. Officer Fattaconi, could you go through your report for the benefit of the members of the zoning board of appeals, please?
Okay, so in late March of this year, I was assigned by my lieutenant to basically compile a bunch of complaints the department's been getting, mostly noise complaints, coming from 29 Hart Street. Basically, the complaints were coming in and we were undetermined basically if there was a quote unquote chop shop going on at this location based on the amount of cars that were in the yard, the driveway, the noise complaints, the constant working on the vehicles. Our department doesn't normally handle this. So basically my task that I was assigned was basically compile all the statements and everything in the complaints. And we package it up and give it to DMV inspectors who will come in and do their inspections and deem whether they feel that a chop shop is taking place there. And so I spoke with the neighbors who have made complaints in the past. We've gotten statements, which they will read their statements as well. But basically, Inspector Savoy went over the gist of basically everything going on here. The biggest issue that we had is that the vehicles are all backed in. Like she was saying, it's hard to see the plates, and also get the VINs of the vehicles. It is a common thing that we do see. We see a lot of plate swaps. Basically, your car is assigned 2 plates. Legally, you're supposed to have 2 plates on it. But it's hard to determine the car, if it's coming back to a silver Audi and it's on a silver Audi, it's hard to, again, tell based off the market plate alone. Versus going up to the VIN. They have, what I've noticed from basically drive-bys and everything like that, is they keep to pretty much the same style and type of Audi that they work on. It's something that I know I've had a Volkswagen in the past and I've worked on it myself. I know that once you get a little niche for that type of car, it's easy to swap parts, it's easy to work on those style cars. It's apparently what they know and apparently what they're very good at. So basically compiled my report, this was again in the end of March. Was handed up to my lieutenant, who passed up to our chief, who then forwarded it on to the department administrator. There's a typo 2 in the report, just so you guys are aware. One of the statements got copied twice. So one of them is off. I have a copy of all the statements. So you can see it, and I'm sure they will read their statements as well to you. Just so you're aware. I believe it is. Yeah. I believe it was Maureen's statement that was cut off. All the statements pretty much say the same thing. It just it's always constantly being worked on. They hear the air tools, they hear the cars being revved up and down the road. We are constantly there. The report shows the amount of calls that we've gotten to that day. Recently that there's been more calls to the house. I'm no longer assigned to patrol. I'm assigned to Waterbury for their violent crimes task force. So I'm out of Naugatuck, so I'm unaware of basically the patrol calls that are going there. Since basically listed.
Fair to summarize a lot of these reports or complaints concern repair work being done late at night, and tow trucks arriving late at night, delivering cars late at night, and things of that. But much of the noise is occurring at very odd hours. Is that fair to say?
I'll say it's fair to say.
And there's one report that states that in a 2-week period, tow trucks arrived 8 times, delivering cars daytime and nighttime.
That is correct.
And there's a report at 1:30 in the morning, a tow truck is picking up a car.
That is correct.
And then it goes on to tell us all the different times that these activities are occurring, sometimes during the day, but often at night and late at night.
That is correct.
Example on 8/24/21 at 3:13 a.m. a tow truck arrives at the house with a car. Page 8.
Indeed. That is correct.
Just ask the members of the zoning board of appeals to look through these and note the excessive volume of different cars coming and going, often delivered, picked up by tow trucks, often late at night.
This one with 3 cars with the same plate. Not some kind of
So,
violation.
so on the view, or this timeline here basically was provided to us. By Mary, one of the neighbors, and that had all this. The violation, those violations when you're swapping it and everything that occurs when you're on a road. On private property, there's nothing we can really do with that. If we saw them turn onto the road, start driving, then that's definitely a violation, correct?
You stated the same as the present there, but the cars were back there,
Yes, sir.
so you really couldn't see the license plates from the street.
Yes, sir.
But as an officer, if you were called, if you're called out at any auction, say, if an officer is called out to a location on some type of disturbance, doesn't that officer have the right to go on the property and look at the vehicle or whatever, see the markers and then check the VIN numbers, or is that above and beyond what an officer can do?
So right now it was very difficult during that time, so you're teetering on kind of like a civil issue versus a criminal issue here. Where they were talking about more noise complaints and things like that. When officers arrived on scene, again, I'm kind of just the bookkeeper of all the other officers' reports here. Most of the time when they were getting noise complaints and things like that, it was coming out unfounded. Where by the time the officers got there, they weren't observing really the noises that were being depicted to them. Going out there specifically saying, hey, that they're swapping plates and things like that. Again, all the cars that were on the road were registered and fine. Like I was saying, on private property, again, you could put a plate on it, it doesn't affect us really in that aspect. So going out there, it's just being out there and trying to compile these things. We're not looking so good legally, just going on land and just start snooping through all their cars and their bins and things like that. Because they had cars also parked around back as well.
in my various times, the inspections that I went by the property, I did see cars parked multiple times in the driveway. You can see from some of the pictures that were provided to you. On that, I saw vehicles with temporary plates. I saw vehicles that did not have plates. I saw cars in the back. I saw cars in the front yard. I would get many calls from the neighbors in regard to that and cars that were on the road. Cars on the road, I do not have any enforcement over, and I would explain to people calling in with complaints that they could call the police department on that for noise complaints, unregistered cars on the road and whatnot. In the same aspect, the police department cannot really do anything about cars that are parked on private property that are not registered correctly or registered at all or check on things. I don't have the ability to run plates. I don't have the ability to run VIN numbers. All I can go is by the things that I had seen at those times. And like I said, there were any type that I was being called by people or Lori will tell my office is being contacted. We would say any noise complaints would go directly to the police department. Any vehicles on the road would go directly to the police department. Anything that was on the property, we would attempt to go out there and try and see it. Sometimes they'd already be moved. But I had no regulation that does not disallow you from parking multiple cars on your property.
And just in addition to that, I know myself personally, before my current assignment, I was called up there again after this report, about them saying basically there was unregistered cars on the road. Going out there, when I spoke with them, there was definitely some computer issues on some of them, in which the cars were registered, to them. It's hard, I'm not sure how often you guys have registered cars, but if you cancel a registration and transfer it to another car, it will still kind of show up as canceled sometimes. You have to scroll down on basically our computer screen to see the next car. So neighbors did call in basically saying, hey, there's a car, I checked in the DMV's website showing canceled. It's parked on the road. We showed up. I know I personally showed up there. Ran it, it was good. I spoke with Lindsay's, I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't remember who I spoke to, which brother I spoke to. But then we cleared it all up and I said, hey, just make sure if it's still showing up as canceled, they had all the correct paperwork and everything in hand from the DMV. I said, just park it in your driveway for now. Just to call DMV, just confirm that everything is straightforward. And they were very receptive of it, no issue with that at all.
And to follow up with that, there were times that I did speak with the Lindsays also, who provided me information. You know, one time I think they did show me that they had 7 cars that they were paying taxes on in the town of Naugatuck, all Audis. You know, if I remember correct, different things like that that I looked at. But I can only go so far myself, and that's why we requested more information out there going through the routes that we did.
I have a copy of the third statement that was copied and corrected in the report. I only have 3 copies though. So I apologize. I'm not sure if you want to have it.
An additional report.
This is the statement that Maureen provided to us. Just a written statement. It should, you got all our reports that should be in your records as well.
Maureen's gonna testify. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh.
You will have a time again.
Any further questions for Officer Pataconi?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a number of other individuals from the immediate neighborhood that will be providing some testimony, statements and pictures. Maureen? State your name and address, please.
Maureen Corwatney, 24 Hart Street.
Before Maureen starts, I have copies of several, but not all of Maureen's statements that I'd like to submit, and also pictures that Maureen has taken that she will describe. There are 2 statements attached to each package. With a series of pictures and same witness. Additional pictures that were also taken by the same witness. And
Well, these are from all of us, actually.
these are marked 10. This group of pictures is marked 10. These are much later pictures than in the past. Week or two. We don't have extra copies of this, so I'll just have Maureen read it. I'll give one to the chairman for the record. Can you tell us, is that a statement that you made?
Yes,
And the date of this statement?
April 1st, 2023.
Okay, could you read that statement, please?
Yeah, I currently live at 24 Hart Street with my husband, James Corwatney, son James Corwatney, 16 years old, daughter Megan, 20, and mother-in-law Marilyn, who's 84 years old. Marilyn has lived in the home for over 50 years, and my family just moved in about 1.5 years ago. We live diagonally 229 Hart Street. At 29 Hart Street, there's a family whose last name is Lindsay. There's a father, 2 sons, who are constantly working on several cars. They normally have between 5 and 11 vehicles parked anywhere from the road, the driveway, and in their yard. During the day, all the way to 1 a.m., they are working on vehicles with loud power tools. They then race the cars up and down the road. The road and their driveway are now stained with different automotive fluids. They are constantly putting the same license plates on different cars. The music and the noise is getting out of hand. They are running a business out of their house, which is affecting the neighborhood, especially with all of the tow trucks coming in and out at all hours of the night.
Thank you. And there's 2 other statements that we delivered to CBA. Can you copy of those? If you go through those statements.
Maureen, just make sure you speak up.
This is from Mary Corwatney.
That's
That's Mary.
so, okay, so you can read yours, please.
Well,
You have your statement to read?
So then I have the statement here, yeah. So I live at 24 Hart Street, like I stated, with my husband, my daughter, my son, and my 84-year-old mother-in-law who has dementia, whose bedroom is literally in front of their activity on a regular basis. Like they said, it's all audience that we see coming and going at all hours of the day and the night. Again, between 8 and 11 cars parked in the garage, the driveway, on the street, the front lawn, and the back lawn. But the back lawn, they stopped parking in the back because the neighbor had to put up a fence that cost thousands of dollars to make them stop going on his lawn so they could park cars in the backyard. They have bins of all their car parts underneath their porch. When they realized that the neighbors behind them could see the car parts, they now have a vine that hides all the car parts. We have seen people coming out of the backyard with exhaust systems that they're selling the parts, and he has pictures of all this. I've seen them with sawzalls under their arm, going from the garage to the backyard, coming back. Cars lifted up in the driveway. You're gonna see all the pictures, which is evidence in and of itself. And that these pictures that you're seeing are not on oh, this happened, 3 weeks ago. No, this is every single day we're dealing with this. Yeah. On the night we actually moved into the house, we were woken up in the middle of the night by a tow truck. And it has not stopped. That was in August of 2021. A couple weeks ago, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Once they disassemble the cars and put them back together by taking the parts off and throwing them in the yard, they start test driving them up and down the street as fast as they can possibly go. The exhausts are extremely loud. They have no disregard for us at all. My mother-in-law, who doesn't say a word to anybody, again has dementia, does not leave the house ever. One day, the music was so loud that she walked off the front porch. She could not hear her own TV in her bedroom. That's how loud it was. And they said to her, there's a 2-year-old in the car that turned up the music. You would have a 2-year-old in a car listening to music that loud? I doubt it. She said they were smooth as butter. And that's what they do. Not a lot. So as far as I'm concerned, I've lived in this town for 53 years. I've never seen behavior like this. I've known plenty of people and neighbors that have had car issues. This activity is indicative of a business, period. There's no doubt in my mind. No.
You go through the pictures and this house at 29 is directly across the street from you.
So it's directly across the street from the Burrows, but we're like a little bit diagonal, but pretty much across the
Can
street.
you go through these pictures and this?
That's a tow truck dropping off the car. No,
Take your time and go through each picture.
Excuse me, which packet are we in? Are we in?
Or the
packet?
large,
Hang on, oh. I mean,
so these pictures have been taken not only by myself, but Mary Korwatny also took them and the Burrows. So you'll see them labeled. So Korwatny 34, that's Mary and Ed Korwatny. The next picture, the tire rolling away. Hard to see that picture. We see March 24, 2021, you see the car in the backyard. When that's, tow truck, that's normal behavior, that happens all the time. So April 4th, 2021, you can see the backyard, the junk in the yard and the parts. This picture here, there's automotive fluid, and they're putting like sand on it to cover it up on the street.
What's the date on that one?
So this one is 4/10/21. This one's here from May 5th of 2021, see how the car is smashed on the back, they're taking parts off of it. July 7th, 2021, my sister-in-law observed them. Saw their cars with, that plate was on 3 different cars.
Yeah, May 5th. How long was that car parked at? You think?
One where that's wrecked, I don't know.
I just find it interesting. Parked in front of a fire hydrant.
Yeah. They don't care, yeah. They have no regard for their surroundings at all whatsoever.
When we see the pictures later on the screen, are these pictures gonna be included
They are
with a better?
better quality,
Vision of
yeah,
information?
yeah. April 9th of 2022, U-Haul trucks are there constantly, Amazon is there constantly, dropping stuff off. It'll be going. March 19th, 2023, this guy coming out from the backyard with an exhaust system in it. They purposely backfire the cars, they have smoke coming out of the back of them, they have, I've seen fire coming out of the exhaust. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's like when a tow truck pulls up and all the lights are flashing, this is 2 o'clock in the morning, it's like they don't even care that they're waking up the whole neighborhood. Beeping. This car here has no doors on.
What's the date of that picture?
It's towards probably the fourth to the last picture.
Chelsea, would you like me to bring up the file? That
I
was on?
wanna have, when we go over this last, grouping of pictures first, and then I'd like to show the rest.
Okay, 320, page 7. That's all backfire of the car. That blew up.
Yeah, so sometimes we do think they're gonna go out, that's how loud it is. What, where are you? Where are you?
Just the other one.
Yeah. That's probably smoke. Blowing out there, yeah. And the last bit of pictures are just what we've seen in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's, we're at 10A, last section.
So this has been in the past few weeks. Okay.
Are you still getting the tow trucks through that?
So this, the latest one that I saw was. I think I gave it to you, the dated pictures, the other dated pictures. When I walked in, I did. It was October 29th. We're all looking at that.
All of these pictures are within the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can just go from those, we know that within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. So you can see the cars being dropped off, it's picked up, I'm working, all the hoods are up on the car.
What do you have next, Franklin?
I thought we'd have you show your stuff and then have a couple more questions for Wayne, and then we move on.
Okay, so I was presented with a thumb drive that has pictures on it, and I will pull up those pictures now. And they're not, I don't know if they're any specific order or anything, but I will just go through. And I don't know if this has been some of the ones that you've seen. I don't necessarily know the dates on them. They're not dated per se, but this is just activity that they provided to us. Here you can see I believe it's a engine in the front yard there. Car's hood up.
Are these pictures of the same ones that are in, or are these different from this?
I think that some of them may be the same that's in there.
Some of them are a little different, just
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean,
black and white on the copy.
black and white copy, these are, nighttime pictures with the lights on.
Yeah, sound on that?
It is some may or may not come across, I'm not sure.
Some of our videos and some of them are very loud. That's sound for this video. This is from my front stoop. Audio.
You go back just two more. Yeah, there's no fence here. You drive by now, there's a fence. From here, this guy had to go all the way to here to get them to stop driving on his lawn. Thousands of dollars, yeah.
Mr. Carter, is there any reason why we can't hear the sound?
It might just be our system
Uh-huh,
is allowing it to.
okay, I get it.
This is October 29th, right now.
The red car, sorry, the red car, like, about 3 foot back. That went into the driveway.
It appears it went into the driveway of
Is
the
that
house
the
next
neighbor?
door. It may be the neighbor.
That was a neighbor, yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Mr. Blair. This is October 19th, they're dropping off cars.
Is there a time stamp on that?
Yeah, so that's,
Appears to be 6:30 or 1800 is what?
Yeah.
Is that 6:36?
this is the same day, 11:30 all night, so this is a busy day. Some days it just goes on, and then. Yeah, they cover, cover on the car. The cover. They're taking the cover off that car. See? Okay.
Oh,
Uncover it, and then they take the parts off and they cover it back up.
Maybe all.
Thank you. So, you know, Maureen, we've seen the pictures and we've heard your statement, but when you tell the zoning board of appeals members how this impacts you with respect to what is the noise like and what are the hours that you hear this noise, including noise from backups and commercial trucks and so forth.
Could be at any time of the day, but it's normally.
Speak louder and
yeah.
speak to the.
So I work and I'm not in the house usually from 8 until 6 o'clock at night, but without fail, almost every single night I'll come home and either the music is blasting or the cars are revving, or you can't get down the street because they're parked all over the street. They keep us up late at night. I'll sleep for 3 hours. The next thing you know, something else is going on. So then you're up again. And it takes you another 2 hours to fall back to sleep. And then at 5 o'clock, they get ready to leave in the morning and their music is blasting in their cars. And they're going down the street. It's completely disruptive to our everyday life.
And it's, how has that impacted your daily activities at that location, at your house?
At my house?
Yes.
Exhausting. But as far as, and then that's all we're talking about, is the neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors.
And this has been going on since.
Since we moved in August of 2021.
So it's been over 2 years for you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Maureen?
Yeah, approximately, how often is there a tow truck or a flatbed at the house? How many, like, times a week, times a month?
I can't say for every single time, but I can tell you for the neighbors when they're home, because those neighbors are at home all day, every day. From what I've seen, at least 15, 16.
And that's from
No,
August.
not a week. This is for the past 2 years. That I could say I've seen, but again, I'm working all day.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
With Mary.
Mary?
This is what I gave to the police officer, yep. This is what I had given previously.
Right. You don't have copies of everything that Mary's going to talk about, but Exhibit 9, Mary's statements that she gave to the police department. So you may have those through the police report, but Mary, you can talk about your statements, please.
My name is Mary Korwatney. I live at 34 Hart Street, diagonally across from 29, on the other side from Maureen. I've lived and raised my family on Hart Street for the past 30 years. Our children grew up riding their bikes up and down our quiet side street to their grandparents and playing basketball, foursquare, and hopscotch in the road, which consists of only 9 houses. We used to have a lot of pedestrian traffic on our street, people walking dogs, babies in strollers, kids learning how to ride their 2-wheelers. That has all changed now because in January of 2021, the Lindsays moved on into 29 Hart Street. Our lives have not been the same. The first night they were there, a tow truck with its accompanying lights, backup alarm, chains rattling, yelling, came at 2:20 a.m. and dropped off a car. At 3 a.m., their U-Haul truck arrived and they began moving in. During the first 2 to 3 weeks that they were living there, tow trucks arrived 7 or 8 times at all hours of the day and night, all with the same lights, chains, backup alarms, etc., dropping off and picking up cars. Over the last almost 3 years, we have been awakened many, many times in the middle of the night by air tools being operated, tools hitting the pavement, cars racing up and down the street and around the block, and tow trucks dropping off and picking up vehicles. The daytime brings a constant stream of cars, deliveries of car parts, sales of car parts, and cars to people, as well as tow trucks. Cars have been brought in on tow trucks missing hoods, missing doors, windshields, engines, and then are used for parts and leave again on another wrecker. Many times cars in the driveway of 29 Hart Street or on their lawn or parked in front of their house are started and left running with their hoods open for hours on end. No one driving them, paying attention to them. And our quiet little street is now a dangerous place to walk your dog or your baby. It's an effort to get up and down the street because their cars are parked everywhere. The activities at 29 Hart Street have caused myself and my family a great deal of stress and lost sleep over the last few years. This exhibit 9 is a statement that I gave to Officer Fetticoni on April 1st. It's more detailed. Just notes that I took in my phone as things happened that I noticed.
Mary, I'm gonna ask the same question to you that I asked Maureen. In your estimation, how many times have you seen tow trucks and flatbeds dropping off and picking up vehicles?
I also work from 8 to 4:30 every day, but I do come home at lunch pretty much every day.
Okay,
I would say I've probably seen 35.
thank you. Anything else, Franklin?
Are there any other questions for Mary? And Mary, I've just asked you a couple of final questions. Can you talk about the noise and the hours and how it's affected your quality of life on Hart Street?
It's very random. It's very, loud. We can hear them sometimes coming up Cherry Street and you get that feeling, oh, this is gonna be a long night. Are we gonna be up all night? Are we gonna, it's stressful, very stressful. My husband works long hours. He's up at 3:45 every morning and some nights he's got no sleep. From the noise, whether it's the racing or the backfiring or the just general, the tools and everything going on.
And this has been pretty much constant for 2.5 years.
Almost 3 years, yep.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Edward? Attached to exhibit 9 at the end is a statement that Edward has prepared. So I'd ask Edward to go through your statement.
My
Name and address first, please.
Edward Corwatney, 34 Hart Street. I'm 63 years old. I lived on that street since I was 2. And I've never seen anything like this before in my life. The tow trucks, the noise. Everybody like my wife did. My kids played out there. We had basketball hoops with neighbors' kids. It was good. It was nice. And all of a sudden, this starts. The show starts. When I first moved in, I actually introduced myself to Mr. Lindsay. And I said, welcome to the neighborhood. He says, that's good. We're good people. We're good people. That's our norm. I'm like, that's great. He says, and I love cars. I'm like, so does everybody else. So, whatever. And then all of a sudden, things started snowballing. It's just like, why is there a wrecker in front of my house at 1:30 in the morning? Okay? The lights flashing, the noise, the laughing, the backup noise and stuff. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So, and it happens a couple times. And I says, it's highly unusual. Why don't people have cars delivered at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning? Consistently. All right? I said, this is, if you see something, you gotta say something. And that's what we're doing right now. That's why we're here. It's aggravating. I lose a lot of sleep. Because the cars, they run. We had an incident a couple weeks ago. They start the cars up and the cars run for hours. And I'm not lying. They just idle. I'm like, why is this car idling for this long? You sit in your living room, all you hear is this, the car running like that. And then occasionally it'll start revving them up and stuff. Lately, it's the car's backfire. And those cars are tuned to backfire. Someone said, like, one of the officers said, no, you can't make a car backfire on purpose. Well, Google it. It's unburned fuel, it's timing, they can do it. You hear the cars on the road, when they go down the roads, they sound like gunshots. You ever hear those cars when they let off on the gas? Well, that's what they're starting to do now, just as retaliation for what's going on here. So, I don't know what else to say. There's obviously something going on over there, and it's just very frustrating. I've been there a long time, and I've never seen so many tow trucks and cop cars. All right? It's ridiculous. It's out of control. And, I spoke with one of the sons one time. I spoke to those people twice. Welcomed the father to the neighborhood. And the second time, there was stuff going on out in the street. Cars were racing around, and I finally said, that's it. I'm gonna go over and talk to him. And there was family gathering. I don't know what was going on, but the cars were down the end of the street doing donuts. And finally, I said, that's it. I wanted to talk to somebody. I talked to the older son, and he gave me a line of crap. Only because I told him, I said, the other night, a car come around the corner, was on 2 wheels practically when it came around the corner. And he said, well, that's not one of our guys. I says, well, it went right into your garage. The door went up and the door went down. So I said, that's not one of your guys. So those are the only top 2 times in the 3 years I ever spoke with these people. I said, that's it. There's no talking to them. Because they got a good line and they smooth everything over very well. And it's very frustrating. And nobody should have to live like that. It's a quiet neighborhood. No respect for anybody. I don't mow my lawn early in the morning. I wait till everybody gets up, but obviously times have changed. So I don't really have much more to say, but it's just, that's it. I'm frustrated.
But it's impacted your life,
Oh,
as
yeah.
you described.
Yes. I get up like 3:30, 3:45 in the morning to go to work. especially like a Sunday night, you're trying to relax and stuff, all of a sudden a car starts up. And I'm like, really? And then what they'll do is they'll test drive it, and you'll be working on it, and then also they'll drive it around, I'm like, all right, good, that's done. No, here it comes again. You know, all over the neighborhood, I'm surprised no one else has said anything, you know, but. Yeah, it's impacted my life.
Any questions more for Ed?
So you're seeing cars other than theirs,
Yeah,
being worked on and Teddy Grove running that pitch, so.
yeah, like, again, a lot of them are hard to tell, because they come in different colors.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
I see cars with New York plates on them. I see cars with temporaries. One thing I don't understand is why do all these cars have one plate on them? You know what I mean? Where's the other plate? The law is you gotta have two plates, you know? But. I mean, one night a wrecker pulls up but by the time I got my pants and shirt on to go downstairs to take pictures, that car was already rolled off in the garage and the door was closed. It was like a well-oiled machine. I says, that was unusual. My wife says, well, what happened? I'm like, it was already in the garage by the time I got down the stairs. There was always one car in the garage too. It's like, I mean, okay, you have cars scattered all over the yard. There was one that, yeah, they disassembled there. They take a door off, they do this, they do that. And then, you know, then that car went away on a flatbed. It was a shell. Parts would come off, but they actually put them on the bushes, the side of the house, and they spray paint stuff to make them look pretty. Now they got car parts drying in the bushes, you know? It's just, there's a lot of stuff going on there. It's just brings down the value of the neighborhood. You know, people have commented to me, other neighbors on other streets have said to me, it's like, what the hell's going on over there? I'm like, feel free to chime in at time and help us out, you know? So.
Any other questions for Ed? Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laurel?
Me? Let me go first. Yeah, I want to go first. I want to get some. I got it. Sit in the examination chair.
Well, it's not that formal an examination. These are statements and documents prepared by Laurel.
Yeah.
Oh, could you please tell me your name?
Yeah.
Address, and
Hello.
any of your statements?
My name is Laurel Richards and I live at 32 Hard Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut, with my daughter and her husband, Sarah and Keith Bruff. And this is my statement to be submitted to the ZBA tonight on Tuesday, November 28th. We moved to Hard Street in the spring of 2015. One of the biggest draws for us was the absolute silence of this street. It was late spring and it was so quiet, you could hear the snowflakes hitting the roof just outside my bedroom window. My bedroom is situated in the attic and my bed is just below the double windows at the front. And I love to leave my window open in every season while I sleep, just to hear the quiet sounds of nature. And the neighbors there were lovely, warm and welcoming, and we were very happy in our home. All of that lovely quiet came crashing to a halt in February of 2021, when the Lindsay family moved into 29 Hard Street. On the first day they arrived, all of us at one point or another walked over to greet them, introduce ourselves, welcome them to the neighborhood. They told us their names and that Gregory and Leonard worked from home in finance. Strangely though, in between telling us about themselves, they kept repeating over and over, quote, "We're good people, we're good people." Well, I chalked it up to perhaps their vulnerable feelings of being one of only 2 non-white families on Hard Street. We tried to express to them, without sounding racist, how pleased we were And we figured after they relaxed a little bit and got to know everyone, they would stop repeating, we're good people, we never hurt anybody, to the point even of telling me that one of the sons was a treasurer or CFO of their church. This made me more determined than ever to demonstrate to them that there were nothing but warm, welcoming feelings amongst the neighbors. But on the very first night, the sound of trucks beeping and roaring and chains rattling went late into the night. Of course, I had my windows open above my head as I always do, and while I was awakened repeatedly during the night, that first night, I gave them the benefit of the doubt and assumed perhaps that was simply one of their family members driving a tow truck, arriving from their old address in Port Washington, maybe pulling a trailer with furniture to complete their move, and I thought nothing more of it. The sounds and sights of bored out cars idling and revving and belching smoke in their driveway all day long and often late into the night quickly became the norm for Lindsay's. At one point, a few days into this new unpleasantness, my daughter Sarah walked across the street to visit with them and asked them what was going on. She is fearless. She doesn't get that from me. One of the sons, I don't recall which, told her that they race cars and they are just working on them to make them faster, that it was a hobby. He even showed her the interiors of some of the cars they had on site, chatting enthusiastically about the headliner in a Mercedes-Benz and asking her if she liked Jamaican food. Sarah maintained a cordial neighborly manner and asked them if maybe they might be able to keep the noise level down as it was waking me up all night long, as well as terrifying our cats, who, like most cats, like to sit in the windows all day watching the birds at the feeders. He assured her they would try to be more quiet. This visit between my daughter and the son was not even a month into their new residency, and it was the last friendly, calm exchange between the Lindsay family and ours. This February will mark the third year that we have been living with this. The cars idle in the driveway for hours, often with nobody in them. They are started up and revved and turned off. They are started up and revved and swapped places. Visitors come and go, and when they leave, they rev their engines, which are almost always the same bored out engines with turbo boosters, straight pipes, and resonators. So they are incredibly loud and smoky, just like all of the cars in the driveway and on the street in front of their house. Yes, the street is a public place. And yes, anyone may park anywhere on any street they choose, but the vehicles that we are subjected to are anything but normal cars that rolled out of an Audi showroom. And when you have 2 or 3 bored out Audis idling and backing and billing and stopping and starting and backfire and revving a mere 20 to 30 feet away from your windows, open or closed, the sound is unbearable. There's not 1 square inch of space in our house, even with the windows all closed, that you cannot hear that low, throaty, ragged roar. My bedroom windows vibrate from the resonance of that sound, and I have to clean thick black soot off my windows at least once a month. Sleeping with open windows or open windows in my bedroom at any time of the day or night is impossible, but the gases from their exhaust seeps in the windows either way. We're cat people, and we have kitties instead of grandchildren and children for lots of medical reasons. And in the late summer of 2022, our most beloved kitty died of heart failure from the constant, erratic, explosive sounds coming in the windows. Even with the windows closed, in the heat of the summer, the noise was still so extreme that it killed him. Every time we've called the police over the years and asked them to come and speak with the Lindsays, they say, "Have you tried talking to them?" And we say, "Yes. We have talked and shouted and begged and screamed and even blew a bolt horn. That was me, I'm crazy," to try and get their attention and just get them to understand that their behavior is making us miserable every day, day in and day out. And they just brush us off, acting as if they're so surprised that we're so upset. And it all comes down to nothing. The police just are bored and annoyed with us, and I don't blame them. It's not their job. The Lindsays keep doing whatever they do, kicking over our Ring camera, backfiring their vehicles deliberately as they pull away from the curb, and laughing even when they managed to catch us in close range to one of those cars and get them to backfire while we're getting into our vehicle, which is parked in front of our house in a designated handicap parking spot. Questions?
The cars that you're talking about. that
Yes.
are idling and driving,
Hmm,
are they the Lindsay's cars?
how would I know that? I don't know. I have no way of knowing. They're silver, they're white, they're black. I've never looked at the VINs. I have no access to that. How would I know? How am I supposed to know? Would you be able to know? No, I didn't think so.
Well, here's the thing, we're here to find out if you're running a commercial.
Yes, I get it. It's all about the commercial activity,
Right,
all right? But the fact that these vehicles are all altered and the fact that no matter what we do, it continues on, no matter how much we beg and plead. Does that not go at all towards proving that this is a commercial event? Or you're just, they're just, no, it it doesn't prove anything to you?
no, I mean, we're not making light of anything, I'm just asking the question, the cars that you hear, are they part of their cars? That,
Most of the time, the cars I hear are when I'm in my room and my windows are going. I don't see them. I try not to see them. How would I know? But they're there all the time. Make of it what you will. Do you have any other questions? Attorney Pelosi?
I have no other questions, thank you. Sarah?
See what you mean, but you're not making light, this, it's gotta be accurate. I'm sorry.
oh, I'm not making light of anything.
Oh, I really agree, but
I'm
for
just
someone
saying,
to say that these are our cars. 3 different colors, doors missing. Replacing mufflers, replacing edges. Not to be funny, but I think it's time to change from an Audi to something else. And, you know, and if you're having that much trouble with your cars, take it to a place where a professional can work on it, get the car so that. Supposedly you're not constantly on your car. And if they're working, people are working on that, if people are working on their cars till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, they're working on the cars for a day, when do we go to work? And I don't understand what there is to leave a car running all day long. All day long. I wish we had experts here on cars. You know, what's so logical of leaving a vehicle running? They're putting all that exhaust out in the neighborhood.
Sarah has just passed out statements. So I'll ask Sarah to state your name and address and go through your statement and what you lived with on Hart Street.
My name is Sarah Bruff. I live at 32 Hart Street, which is directly across the street from 29 Hart Street. It is actually, according to the land assessment, their driveway is 20 feet from my living room windows. So what I have handed out to you are, over the years, my frustrations, my hopelessness, my desperation, my anger. I have written, you'll see one of them is a letter that I never did send to the mayor. Basically, the contents are the same. It just shows the burden of this activity, the constant noise, the interaction, the sound has placed on us. I have rheumatoid arthritis, bipolar depression, degenerative disc disease, and connective tissue disease. I am actually on Social Security disability. It only took me 5 years to win that, so that was great. That means that I'm home all day. I have, most of the videos that you saw were from our Ring camera. I mean, if possible, if I would like to be able to show you what is in those videos, what we're seeing, because all of those videos I have gone through and made sure that they're showing activities. But basically, my statement is that since I have so much to say.
Take your time.
My husband, mother, and I used to rent a house on Lounsbury Street, across from Civvy's Automotive. He is the tow truck driver for the town, and that was a repair shop. And we knew it was a repair shop, and we didn't complain because it was zoned for a repair shop, and we knew what we were moving into. It was awful. I mean, it was loud, you know, the tow trucks all the time, but that was what was supposed to be there. We moved to Hart Street because it was quiet, because there were no cars. The first day I moved in, Sheila Hilton, who is not here, but she lives at
Property abutting.
abutting 33 Hart Street, so on one side of 29 Hart Street. She ran out into the street and had stopped Marilyn Korwatney, who was driving in her car, and they just welcomed me. And it was a street that was so empty that Marilyn and Sheila and I were allowed to stand in the street and talk for 20 minutes until Marilyn said, "I'm running out of gas." You know, it was a street that had Mary and Ed Korwatney's, one of their daughters had a basketball hoop right next to our house. There was a basketball hoop 3 houses down, and they were always playing in the street, always. There's two boys that were just constantly playing basketball in the street. There were never any cars. It was wonderful. I was out in my backyard one day. I heard Mary Korwatney introduce herself to Gregory Lindsay, Leonard Lindsay, and I believe maybe a cousin. I do not remember his name. I think it might have been Gary, but that does not matter. I heard her introduce herself, and I came running out from the backyard because I was excited to have new neighbors because I'm home all day. I introduced myself. I was excited to meet them. You know, we talked briefly, you know, and it seemed great. It seemed great. And then the very first night, you know, I even offered, I said, look, you know, because of my arthritis, I sometimes park on the street directly in front of my house because the sidewalk goes straight up to my door rather than the driveway where I have to like walk through the yard and all of that stuff. So I even offered, let me take, you know, I'll move my car out of the way. You can have the whole street, you know, for the U-Haul, all of that stuff. I mean, I was, you know, so the very first night, let's see, this is 12:33 a.m. And this is just outside my window. You know, this is from the front room. This is just my camera, my phone camera. I don't know, you can't really hear it, unfortunately. But it was part of the video, 12:30 in the morning, this was happening. They would leave the cars idling in the driveway for hours. The first time I went over and spoke to Gregory, they had a Volkswagen parked in front of our house because the street is public, absolutely. But it was parked there for 2 days, and when I finally went over to ask him if he would move it so that I could use that space. I found out it had been leaking oil. You know, and I spoke with Gregory, trying to be nice, you know, and he said, oh, that's your spot, that's your spot. And I said, I mean, it's not really my spot, you know, we don't have a spot, but yeah, I mean, it's in front of my house, it's kind of my spot. You know, I said, please, if you could just not park a vehicle there, I need that space. So, you know, another interaction. Did I come yelling out of the front porch one day? Yes, I did, because a car had backfired and the cat that my mom spoke of that passed away was terrified, and I was on prednisone for an ear infection, which I get all the time, like a 2-year-old. Now, I don't know if any of you are on prednisone or have been on prednisone. It does not help with anger. So, yes, I shouted because it startled me, it scared me, and it was right outside my window. And I did come yelling out the door. But I soon calmed down and talked to Gregory. You know, what are you doing? What is going on? He said, I'm sorry, we'll stop doing this. Whatever, it was a car that the engine had blown or something. The point is that I have gone over and spoken with Gregory many times. Sometimes I have started the conversation yelling, but I've always tried to keep it civil. We have come home at night and there has been a car idling in the driveway and there's no one home. To speak to the commercial activity. In the videos that you saw, you will see there was a red truck that just appeared one day. They switched all the cars around, which is a daily occurrence. The red truck backed up to the garage, and later on that day, someone came, picked up that red truck, never saw it again. Another instance, there was a Toyota Prius. It was electric, and the engine had died right in front of my driveway. When we asked when we asked Mr. Lindsay, I believe Mr. Lindsay Herrick and his son Gregory were working on the car. I asked what's going on, and they said that they weren't sure how to start it since it was an electric car and they've never started an electric car before. Somehow that one got started, and Mr. Lindsay did come to the door and said the car is gone, you know, it's fixed, whatever. I never saw that car again. I'm home all day. This has consumed my life because it's constant noise, there's constant activity in front of my house. And yes, it's become personal because I tried to be friends. I wanted to be friends, silly me, thinking I had spoken to Gregory and said, you need a garage. And he said, I know, but I can't afford it. And I said, well, you need a garage. I told him before the neighbor on the other side was building the fence, I said, look, you know, we have all been here for so long and you've never had to put a fence up. You know, do you not care what your neighbors think or, you know, the neighborhood? And, you know, Gregory just said, I'm sorry, you know. But one of my first conversations with him when, you know, I had gone out, the car had been idling for hours and I had said, please, can you turn that off? And it turned into a conversation. Again, me trying to be nice and not just a crazy lady. You know, he said, yeah, we race the cars. I have 12 other cars in another garage. I switch them out. You know, so, to me, the fact that I said, you need a garage, and he said, I know, and I can't afford it. I mean, he knows that he's doing something. But there are several other instances where cars that are not Audis have showed up during the day, just like a repair shop, and then leave in the evening. I've seen people come pick them up. After the cease and desist was delivered, they stopped using the flatbeds and the tow trucks quite so much, especially because once the tow trucks started coming, we started taking pictures of the tow trucks. So they got an Audi SUV, which somehow is so loud, and a U-Haul hookup. And so I have seen them use the Audi SUV to tow cars, that aren't working. I have passed them working on cars in the underpass by Limeweber Brothers, by the train tracks, with the hood up. You know, just under the underpass, hood up, working on a car. You know, the Audis do change, some of them are different. There are videos where you will see a gray Audi with a black hood. I have not seen that one in a while, so they do change. And they are sometimes obviously different. They have stickers on them that are not the same stickers that are on ones that have been in there. I have video and have seen them take the tarp off the car and drive that car away. The car under the tarp changes. I have seen them take car parts out of the car that's under the tarp. They kind of use that as storage for car parts. The car under the tarp is not always there. It is very difficult because they are very good at this. They're great at it. And you know, that's great, but not in a residential neighborhood. And a lot of times, twice, I put a Ring camera out on the sidewalk, and which has prompted a member of the Lindsay family to call the police on us. We actually bought a second Ring camera on the orders of the town attorney to collect evidence. I don't want to be spying on my neighbors, but it's been constant, and the videos you'll see, some of the videos you'll see exhaust. Some of those videos were just exhaust from them revving cars. I really wish that you could hear the audio for some of these things, because, you know, I mean, the point is that it sounds like a repair shop. It sounds like we live across from, you know, Valvoline. You hear shouting all day long, car, you know, hoods up, multiple hoods. It's not just one car with a hood up, it's multiple cars with hoods up during the day. They even have one of those, starter, like remote battery starters that's on wheels, you know, to jumpstart a car. So, I mean, they have pneumatic tools. There is a lift in the garage that I have personally seen. You can hear the cars coming down the street. And the moments of quiet are just so tense, because we know that a car is going to get started up, and we know that people are going to arrive, and that multiple cars will be worked on that day in the driveway. There will be pneumatic air tools, there will be metal, you know, tools dropped on the ground. It does not stop. It is every day. And it is more than one car. I don't remember who said it. One of you fine board members, I believe, said something to the effect of, if you can't fix this car by now, maybe we should switch to a different car. You know, if they're all the same cars for the past 3 years, maybe we should switch to a different car. Last 2 Sundays ago, we had Mary Korowatny, Maureen Korowatny, and myself and my mother met to discuss this meeting. This has been very stressful for all of us. It's pretty much taken over our lives, and it's not really something that we like doing or want to do. So we discussed what we were gonna do, pay pictures, thumb drives, statements, everything. We all went back to our houses, and by now I can't stand being at the house, so we leave during the day. We were parked in front of the house in the designated handicap spot, which I eventually ended up requesting the designated handicap spot in front of my house, because regardless of what I have asked, there are cars parked in front of my house. They're not Audis, they're work trucks, they're leaking Volkswagen Beetles, they're not Audi cars. And so I finally had to request the handicap spot, because I had an altercation with an associate of the Lindsays who had parked in front of my house, and I had requested him to move the truck, and instead he decided to call the police on me because I was harassing him. So I requested the handicap spot in front of my house. We were parked in the handicap spot, my mother was in the truck, I was coming out of the house, get in the truck, and a non-Audi was idling in the driveway. There were several people talking in the driveway. Someone jumped into that running car as soon as they saw me come out of the door. And the second I hit the sidewalk, they backfired in my face. I felt the heat of the exhaust. The antagonizing has gotten worse, and like I said, you know, I have spoken with them, with Gregory and Leonard several times, and every time we're sorry, we'll, you know, they said they promised they would only work on the cars in the garage, or they would turn it so the exhaust was facing away from the house. You know, one time Leonard said to me, I bought a brand new exhaust system so that my car would be quieter. Like, I still don't know why it needs to run for 5 hours in the driveway. I champion everyone's right to work on their own personal cars on their property. I will fight for their right to do that. But I know that these are not their cars. One time, the time that Ed Korowatny had mentioned, where he had been woken up by tow trucks. Gregory Lindsay and Herrick Lindsay were actually working on the car on the street at night. I remember it was nighttime. I stay up too late. And it was just constantly the sound of the metal hitting the pavement at like 12 midnight, 1 a.m. The police come, they say, we're working on the car for my wife. This is her car. She needs it to go to work in the morning. That car did not leave the house the next day. It is not his wife's car. I don't know whose car it was, but it wasn't her car, and it certainly wasn't being fixed to go to work the next morning. We cannot get close enough to tell the makes and models of every car, but again, I can tell you, I mean, there was a big red truck that backed up, you know, just a couple weeks ago that got worked on and left, and I've never seen it again. You know, there are many cars that have shown up. I have seen people show up and they get ushered into the garage to talk, and then they leave, and then they pick their car up later on. other members of my household can testify that they have heard someone talking about getting their car fixed early in the morning, with Gregory Lindsay. I think it's,
Sarah, in your statement of 4/7/21, you stated that the first week we brought in 9 vehicles overnight.
yes,
And then in the next sentence, you say that you count anywhere from 6 to 13 automobiles parked there routinely.
yes, that when they first moved in, there were, I believe you saw a picture where there are about 8 cars. One is on the front lawn. In the very beginning, they had cars in the backyard as well. So the driveway fits 4 cars, then there's a car on one side of the driveway, another car on the other side of the driveway on the street, and then there's either 1 or 2 cars parked on the lawn at all times. Sometimes the number of cars have gone down to maybe 6, and then they've ramped back up again. You can tell when, business has been slow, and then everything picks up again, and there's new cars and new activity and new people backing in, you'll see many of those videos. They're always moving the cars so they can get the one that's being dropped off into the driveway and into the garage. You can see the closed garage. There's 2 black spots on the garage from where they just have had the dual engines just running for hours and hours and hours. Again, yes, this is over the years, after when things have happened and I have just been hopeless and upset, these are things that I have written. You'll see the second page of that statement from April 7th, 2021 is where I talked about at one point they had left their Volkswagen Bug parked in front of my house. So there's that instance where I asked him to move the car. He did move the car. They have always been very cordial and responsive, except for, when I've asked them to turn the idling car off, sometimes it's taken I had to go to the house once and knock on the door 3 times because they had been idling for about 2 hours. And it was just too much. And I had asked for him to turn it on.
Sarah, do you see tow trucks delivering cars and picking up cars? Do you see strangers that are not members of the Lindsay family dropping off and picking up cars?
I do, yes.
Is that constant?
It is constant. As I stated before, when they received the cease and desist, they purchased that white SUV Audi and stopped using the tow trucks quite as much and got that hookup on the back of the SUV. And I did see that they have a trailer that they can hook a car up to the back of, to that trailer, and then they can tow it behind the SUV. So I know that after the cease and desist, they did kind of try and lay low a little bit more. So the flatbeds and the tow trucks is just now reoccurring. Like Maureen stated on 10/29, I believe that was the one that was 5 a.m. 2 or 3 days beforehand was a Sunday, and a flatbed dropped a car off around 2:30 in the afternoon, which was surprising again because they're just ramping up the tow truck drop-offs again.
Sarah, if I may,
Yes.
after the cease and desist, how many times do you know of that you've seen cars dropped off or picked up via tow truck or flatbed?
Since the season desist,
Yes.
tow truck or flatbed
Yep,
has been 3 times.
okay, and then have you seen them use that SUV to bring or remove cars?
Yes, a couple of times. I've seen them with the trailer on the white SUV,
Okay,
yes. And I have seen again, that red truck just sticks out because it was recent. It was red and it was like a pickup truck, almost like a Brat or something. I don't know. Familiar with that old car. But I have seen it's so creepy how much I've just watched. But I've seen, I saw a car of young men pull up in front of Ed and Mary Korwatney's residence. And one of the gentlemen came over and spoke with who I believe is Gregory. Then obviously Gregory must have said something because they got in the car and drove the car and kind of parked it in the street. And then Gregory escorted the young man behind the arborvitaes from where my camera cannot see. But I have seen other people arrive and go into the garage, talk a couple minutes, and one of them, leaves. I have seen since the cease and desist, I can tell you with absolute certainty, I have seen at least 3 non-Audis that have arrived at their place of residence.
Well, again, in your experience, these cars are frequently dropped off by strangers and picked up by strangers.
Yes, yes.
Any other questions, Mr. Sarah?
I have. Please, if I'm going off the rails here, so to speak, in case this goes anywhere from here, let me know and I'll stop.
No,
I have 3 questions. First question, a while back, you said that, you were talking to someone from, the Lindsay property, apparently. And you said that the person said that they had never started an electric car before. Who was that person?
That was Herrick Lindsay.
Harris?
Herrick, Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
well,
Lindsay,
Herrick.
he's one of the homeowners, yeah. Yes, because it had stalled, almost blocking my driveway and it was there, and so I had asked, are you gonna move this, or are you gonna work on it in front of my yard? And they had said they were working on it, but it was an electric vehicle, and they'd never started an electric vehicle before.
The reason I asked that is because they claim these vehicles are theirs. One would think that buy a vehicle, how it operates. Maybe I'm wrong. I just want a clarification on that. Now you said that tow trucks drop off, you're not the only one. And I don't know why I didn't think of this before. You took that seat, but, you said that the tow trucks drop off vehicles. Do you ever see the so-called, they claim that the cars are theirs. Oh, somebody brings in a tow truck brings in a vehicle. Where'd the vehicle come from? That's what I'm wondering. So my question now is, do you ever see anybody else get out of that tow truck that might be the owner of that car?
No, so the 2 most recent incidents, the tow truck came and picked up. They actually had to go to the end of the street and kind of turn around so that they could actually angle into the driveway because it is so tight and we're all so tight there, they kind of had to angle in to get. They pull up to the garage and, so the most recent incident of a car being picked up, they pull up the flatbed actually backs up to the garage door. And this particular instance, the car that was picked up was missing its front end. And so obviously was not a car that was being driven any point recently. It literally had no hood, no engine, nothing, you know. And so that I cannot say. I'm assuming that what they do is they take parts from other cars. So that may have been a car that they were working on for someone else. I don't know how all of the racing and the you know, the upgrading of the cars works. But and then the 5 a.m. one, I only know of because of the Ring camera, and that was a car that was dropped off and it was dark and, you know, it was just dropped off. There was no one associated with it. I cannot say, they have never been driven off of the flatbed. They are always in a condition that is not operable.
Carl, and one other question I had. You said that you've seen people bring cars in.
Yes, yes.
They drop off the car. How do they leave?
I don't know. So that one instance where it was a young man, who had a friend or several friends, I don't know. Again, this is Ring camera. The one instance where the young man had parked in front of Ed and Mary Korwatney's at 34 Hard Street. He walked over, discussed something with Gregory, and then he left in that car. So, but, you know, it's hard to see. I'm not right up there. And there's always several people in the driveway and there's a lot of activity and it's, I can't watch 24 hours a day to see who comes and picks up what car, but I can with certainty say that they were not Audis and they have never been seen again. They show up at one day and then they leave and that's it.
Any other questions for Sarah? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith?
Thank you, boards of the zoning board of appeals. I know it's after 8:40 p.m. My name is Keith Bruff. I live at the residence at 32 Hard Street, Naugatuck, Connecticut 06770. I'll try to limit my statements to things that are relevant. I will try to not get emotional. If questions do pertain to the acrimony or antagonizing activity that has occurred and continues to occur, I welcome those questions and can talk to them. So there was cold months in March of 2021. This was approximately 2 months after who I recognized as sons Gregory and Leonard Lindsay and the property owner, Mr. and Mrs. Lindsay, moved in to the residence probably late January 2021. I was astounded at first at how many cars kept appearing on the street. I had done a count once and said that in the first week of February, there was 14 cars on their property, one having just arrived. So it may have been the 14th, or it may have brought the quantity up to 15. February and March of 2021, I saw 2 flatbeds on the street in both months. So that was 4 flatbeds for those 2 months. I had frequent walks out of my front door as I was awaiting spinal surgery and had to keep on walking to avoid pain. You definitely need to be aware of where you walked on the street of 32 Hard Street, as pickup trucks, tow trucks were appearing throughout the afternoon, sometimes at 1 a.m., sometimes in the morning. I was curious also, and my annoyance level was just this curiosity. The engines were strangely loud. On not too far inspection, you could tell that they were puffed out front hoods. I'm not an auto mechanic, but I could tell these were not normal cars. Often during February and March of 2021, a car would be idling for hours. Later, we have observed at least twice, spring and summer of 2021, a car idling with no passenger and no driver. I think that was already on the record as there was no one home, I think was the phrase. No one was in the car and it was idling for hours. This became not unusual throughout the winter and spring of 2021. Usually there were times I would be on Teams, which is a similar Microsoft product to Zoom, calls that hosted meetings that were auditory in nature or audio and visual. The activity across the street included loud noises from revving engines, which at that time, my level was at curiosity level. I do not believe this was antagonistic. Judging on the size of the car's front ends, the amount of cars, I concluded that these engines were not normal car engines, a conclusion that I stick with today. These cars were stationary in the driveway or garage. Often there was a large amount of smoke billowing out from the back end. 1 week in the spring of 2021, 2 cars were delivered on flatbeds. One tow truck was from New Jersey. Another tow truck driver, I watched, I got out and just watched him. I did from my window on another week in the spring of 2021, observe 1 car taken away. Throughout the summer, there was times where I had to get off of a Teams call because my audio was not being picked up from my microphone, but the window in the office was picking up enough auditory that another coworker on a Teams call could not hear me. This I find unusual. I know microphones, one of my hobbies is to record audio in my room or outside. There was times I had to stop social calls. For instance, I had phone calls with my dad, who coincidentally I speak loudly to so he can hear me, but he still could not communicate to me or hear audio from me because there was so much noise. This was at times when I was in my office or at other times where I was outside, not in the front yard that faces the Lindsay's property, but in the backyard, with the full heft and heave of a house blocking all the audio that was coming from the Lindsays. But these phone calls would make me get up, find earplugs or AirPods, call certain people back, whether it was a work call or a personal call. The outside volume working on a laptop, because Wi-Fi reaches, luckily, my patio, and I could work and get sunburned at the same time, was so loud, this outside volume was so loud that I would have to go back in our house is non-air conditioned, my office is not air conditioned, and I would suffer through, oh, woe is me, the 84-degree temperature of an office, but still, it's great to work from home. This was at times when I was in and out of the office, locked down from the COVID pandemic, was regulated with up numbers and off numbers, and we were forced to come into the work sometimes 3 or 4 days a week, other times we had weeks off. All during the spring of 2021, a very common hobby I share is watching television. That was not an easy task to do because the evening hours especially if you watch a quiet horror movie, which is appropriate for all seasons. The idling of engines would disturb the atmosphere of your little home box office movie. The smoke and exhaust was a common occurrence. Visibly, it was curious, but at times it was obtrusive to just normal life. On one occasion in the summer of 2021, I was concluding work on a laptop and Wi-Fi access on the patio. There was enough volume that I had to stop working because I thought the house was under attack. This was louder than being in a movie theater and watching the beginning of Saving Patrick Ryan. This was so loud that I was shaken, more shaken than I am right now with my little shaky voice. This was from the backside of my house. So this was while I was not standing and looking at the Lindsay property. This was from the backside of the house. This was volume louder than someone shouting. This was, I'm not familiar with gun ranges, but this was loud to the point where I thought I should be putting on headphones to protect my ears. When I walked to the front of the yard, it actually got me so scared, I ran into the back of my yard. I think my recollection is that I thought something was going to explode that was on the Lindsay's property. This was an unusually loud happening of an engine. Throughout the months and years, I understand this might be something that they need to do to perfect the working done on an engine, as I'm reasonably concluding engines are installed with large equipment that we can visibly see from our windows, the equipment being in the garage of the Lindsay's property. This engine volume was so loud, it scares me today in recollecting it. Other times throughout the summer of 2021, you would hear this happening short. This one time of Saving Patrick Ryan, it continued for an hour. Other times it would only last 5 minutes. Other times it would be in the summer a full half hour, then quiet, but then interspersing loud explosions that would happen every few minutes. Another common occurrence in the summer of 2021 was a car driving away from the property, accelerating fast as soon as it got off the property, stopping at a stop sign, looping around the neighborhood at a speed that I imagine, because I could not see it, was fast because the volume of the engine was roaring and the sound of brakes was screeching. Often you could hear it circle right towards Spencer and circle back. I would visibly see the car, then re-enter the driveway at the Lindsay's. Other times it would do the same, but it would turn left. I could hear it past a property that was formerly owned by the Medinas that are abutting our backyard and setting off dogs barking, circling around, and then screeching to a halt in front of our house, in front of the Lindsay's driveway. This screeching to a halt was also disturbing because, as I said, my days were often using audio devices such as a cell phone or a Teams call, and this made me have to get off a call, or it was just obtrusive to the content that I was delivering either to a coworker, a supervisor, a parent, a friend who was ill, or friends that were being hospitalized again due to COVID. Cars on flatbeds continued. After I had spinal surgery in March of 2021, there was much anxiety in learning how to drive again. Backing up a vehicle was difficult. The amount of vehicles on the road made it more tense, and I had increased anxiety driving on our road. As an aside, personal collections of fancy objects are one thing, whether they be fancy shoes or fancy cars. A personal hobby could be just as bizarre and smelly and visibly weird as burning cheesy popcorn, but that is one's hobby. What happened in the ensuing months was I began to conclude that this was no longer a hobby due to the backing up of multiple cars, multiple hours, on multiple days. These were not normal vehicles. Again, fancy objects, fancy shoes, fancy cars. Could be similar to boosted engines. But moving these vehicles several times a day, throughout the week, throughout every month, was obtrusive to access to my property, to use of rooms at the front side of my house, to use of the back side of my house. Throughout spring and summer, there were several car washes that happened, as if that was another hobby to keep cars squeaky clean. I saw the Lindsays, mostly Gregory and Leonard, washing cars, sometimes 3 car washes in 1 week. The car washing was done in their driveway and resulted in the usual sudsy small river running down the street. On one of my walks around the street, I noticed the stream of water and suds had a rainbow hue. I walked to the end of Hard Street where it meets Spencer, and there was large collected rainbow puddles. Not all the water pours down the sewers on Spencer because they're often clogged or small. And the large puddles that I saw on Spencer that I observed on my walks were flooding down towards Spencer from the Lindsay's car washing. There was a gradual decline from Hard Street to Spencer that resulted in the water flowing this way. The side of the street that it formed on not only had suds and water, but had large rainbow hues. This was visibly and certainly visibly a mixture of oil floating atop water and slowly entering the sewers. In the autumn of 2021, I do not recall the number of cars delivered by a flatbed truck. I do note that 2 cars were taken away by flatbed. I also note that in winter, cars were delivered, but I don't have a note of how many. I recall at least 1. I also recall trouble watching TV on many occurrences. In the winter of 2021, one of my audio hobbies includes playing loud bass heavy music from my bedroom using a mixer and audio recording devices. And this hobby was more difficult because even with my windows closed in the winter, the constant revving of engines, I could not tell if an audio track from my second turntable was coming in through the mixer or if it was the neighbors. This was a relaxing hobby that I took personal pride and joy in, and was hard to do at the only hours I could do it when I was off work, because the hours of revving and the hours of idling of multiple cars was near constant. Again, whether someone uses fancy shoes and fancy objects like fancy engines is one way to view it, but having a predilection toward that many cars, that much activity, led me to conclude this was not a hobby. Again, work hours in the winter of 2021 was difficult. There was more times when I was not in the office, and being on audio calls was difficult. There was a heightened anxiety in my experience whenever I had to join in a call, and I would be very anxious to quickly mute my microphone as soon as possible because of the constant noise. The noise I speak of is car noise. I like bass heavy music. The amount of music that I hear from the window from the Lindsays is enough that I can use my cell phone and Shazam songs using an app that identifies songs. I think they play some UK drill and UK grime. I like Stormzy. I'm a big fan of reggae. I've gotten some music recommendations just by listening to their music. I do not mind their music. I mind the things that appear to not be activities of a hobby, the things that appear to be an obtrusive way of carrying on a business. So the autumn of 2022 the street was crowded enough that it was anxious whenever I would leave my residence and come back in the evening from working at the office. Pulling onto Hard Street was darker in the autumn months and became dangerous because cars were sometimes double parked and idling. Sometimes I couldn't tell what was idling because there was a number of cars in the driveway, in the garage. That level of cars and car activity on the street was highly strange, but I was no longer curious. I was anxious. I was having difficulty coming home. Autumn of 2022, 4 cars were delivered on flatbeds and 1 half a car. Also in the autumn of 2022, a half a car was taken away by tow truck. Again, autumn of 2022, continuous throughout the month was anxiety on Teams calls, on personal calls, having to personally end phone calls that were both work and personal related. Moving to other rooms to accommodate volume. Stopping recordings from turntables and mixers as a personal hobby because volume in that room was impossible to work with. One thing that happened with the autumn of 2021, not to mix up autumn of 2022, but the previous autumn, was that, because this happened twice, both in autumn, was that a police officer was seen by me through my window. He was talking to Leonard or Gregory or both. I saw the police officer point at a car. I did not identify the officer's name or badge. He then pointed at a car on the street. The car on the street I visibly saw had no plates. Then I saw the officer talk, and I could not hear his audio, but I could see him talking through the closed window, and he pointed at a car in the driveway of the Lindsays. I then observed either Leonard or Gregory, who was talking with the officer, then ceased talking with the officer, take a license plate off of a car that was parked in the Lindsay's driveway, then go to the car that was parked on the street that bore no license plate, attach the license plate to the car on the street. I then observed the officer leave. Another time, in the following autumn, I saw someone, this is autumn of 2022, someone drive the car out of the driveway to park on the road. I noticed the car now parked on the road was plated. I saw him move a car off of the street and noticed it had no plate and back this car into the driveway, and then someone else adjust where the plated car was parked to make it closer to the side of the street. Again, I have no knowledge of whose registration these cars were, but I'd like to think that these little pieces of evidence are like bricks in a brick wall. They're interlocking. Some are small bricks, some are larger bricks, but they form a whole wall of a story that should lead you to conclude the same that I do. This is not something to be curious about. This is not something that looks like a hobby. This is something that rises to large standards, like some criminal courtrooms show beyond a reasonable doubt, which is not necessary here. This is more than likely, there's a rational basis to conclude this was more than a hobby. Again, in autumn of 2022, I saw pollutants flow down the street. I concluded this because I visibly saw gentlemen performing car washes in the driveway of the Lindsay residence, and visibly saw a river flowing down a slight decline from Hard Street to Spencer, and visibly took a walk and saw rainbow hued puddles. I also saw my wife document this with her camera and saw pictures on her phone of the rainbow hued puddles. Winter of 2022. These are going to sound very familiar. There was a lot of volume. This is another winter where I'm working more at home, and winters have, for me, windows closed. The amount of volume that I could hear from the office was not only affecting my personal hobbies, was not only affecting my talking with my parent, not only affecting personal calls that I had with church members, but it was just harder to engage in any telephonic devices because of the anxiety of when the volume would raise. Often the volume was raised to a point where I was not able to partake in normal living circumstances of work, hobby, and home life. The volume of the smoke and exhaust, again, was loud enough to remind someone of Saving Private Ryan. This happened not for hours at a time usually. Usually there were shorter bursts, but they were loud. And in my opinion, I drew a logical inference that this was strange. I also drew the logical inference when my wife was filming rainbow hued puddles going down the street that something was weird because she came in visibly upset and I had heard the Lindsays yelling, and I'm not sure who was yelling at her, but this was not just a volume of someone speaking loudly. This was angry words being shouted to my wife while I was busy on a Teams call for work. The fact that someone was getting angry at someone photographing a puddle of car wash strikes me as highly unusual. I personally, for my own personal life, would not be angry if someone was documenting me performing a car wash that involved water, soap, and was lawful. Spring of 2023, again, walking and driving on Hard Street, was very anxious, carefully parking your car, carefully maneuvering how you walked, resulted in a heightened state of anxiety, often leading me to believe that something was very strange, even though I personally observed 0 cars being delivered of spring of 2023. I doubt 0 cars were delivered in 2023. I was, at this point, more in the office due to the year and years being a few years from the epidemic of COVID hitting us in March of 2020. But still, the amount of time I was at home, I observed loud volume that interfered with my hobbies, my livelihood at work, my talking to my parent, my talking with church members. The volume of smoke and exhaust and bursts, again, I understood from my curiosity level years prior that this must be what's necessary to put large, fancy engines into fancy vehicles. However, this volume and frequency of what sounded like backfires was highly disturbing and led me to believe that this was not just personal vehicles. The cars on flatbed also led me to believe that this was the amount of vehicles going out as well as going in was not only a personal hobby. One day, I saw, leaving my residence, because I was going to the office, 2 white cars parked on the side of the street on the Lindsay side. Beside the car that was near the driveway was Gregory shaking the hand of a large white gentleman who had red hair and red beard. Behind them was a white vehicle in which, by which a shorter female, also with red hair, was standing. The bearded white gentleman with his red hair, he stopped shaking Gregory's hand, and then walked toward the car that the female was standing beside. Both of those redheads got into a white vehicle and drove off. I finished getting into my car. I drove to work. Upon returning home that very same day, I saw a white gentleman with red hair and a red beard who looks familiar from that morning. He was now entering a white car, and both he and I'm not sure who it was in the Lindsay's driveway, both were standing there. The white gentleman got into a white car and left. Summer of 2023, okay. Again, I've personally observed car washing, multiple times a month. I personally observed what I reasonably concluded as pollutants going down the street of Hard Street and visibly saw them entering the sewer that is at the adjacent to Hard Street and Spencer. Also, summer of 2023, a person who I never met before, who pulled a white SUV into the Lindsay's driveway, yelled at me while I was on the phone, asked me about a camera. I yelled at him saying there's a camera watching me. I understood there was probably a camera somewhere on our property because we were advised to have cameras. I think the advisory might have came from the investigation or from the attorney. We visibly saw this person kick over our camera. I've observed this person drive his white SUV down the driveway into the garage of the Lindsay. Why someone would be angry about cameras is not up to me to judge, but if I were to fathom a guess, it's because he's at risk of doing something or doesn't want to be filmed doing something. Again, this leads me to believe that this is not a hobby. The audio volume in fall of 2023 continued. This was after the cease and desist order. Not sure what vehicles were making this volume. I was even recording, reading the monkey's paw aloud on a laptop to time it, times at 21 minutes, for a church event where people were reading horror stories. So to present and have this recorded, I had to be picked up by my microphone. I was in the back of my yard. The audio was so loud from the Lindsay's property that I had to stop and re-record. This was visibly heard from my backyard as something that was almost as loud as my voice. Not background noise, not a faint banging or faint backfiring or a faint engine noise. This was a roaring engine and something that sounded like gunshots. And then this revving and popping sound was enough that the audio picked it up on the microphone. Yes, this is inconvenient, but it also leads me to conclude that this is just someone not being smart about how they're running their business. The many reasons to switch employment in life happened in winter and spring of 2023, but not only has this volume level and this activity on Hard Street affected me, but it's affected my employment so much so that I had to take into consideration the health of my family and pet care and make sure that I needed to make more money. I've worked at a company for 7.5 years, left behind coworkers and friends to join more profitable employment, which again, many reasons to switch employment. But one of them is because I need to help secure finances, to secure the health that's at risk on living on Hard Street. It's not my place to fathom a guess about commercial activity. That burden's on you, gentlemen and ladies, and I thank you for spending the night here listening to multiple perspectives. But commercial activity happening from 2021 through autumn of 2023, it's my belief that all of these small observations, just like small bricks or interlocking bricks, have formed enough to show that this activity has been conducted constantly, perhaps with an ebb and flow of some quieter weeks. But it's my belief that if the cease and desist order were lifted or were ignored or were not enforced to it's my belief that it's more likely than not that commercial activity would not just resume, but continue, flourish, and produce visual and auditory environments that endanger our health, endanger the pollution down the sewer, endanger our hobbies, our habits, our love for family members that in this day and age is increasingly telephonic, our hobbies that have auditory components, our love for television, heck, even our love for having a conversation, which you cannot always do on Hard Street because you're always at the risk of not being able to hear your friend or family on the opposite side of you in the winter of 2021, the spring of 2021, the summer of 2021, the autumn of 2021, the winter, spring, summer, and autumn of 2022, the winter, spring, and summer, and now autumn of 2023. I welcome questions. Attorney Pelletier, would you like to clarify any
If there are
point?
no questions, and I thank you and excuse you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Jim?
My name is James Rowatney. I live at 24 Hart Street in Naugatuck with my wife Maureen, my mother, and my 2 children. I moved to this address in August of 2021. This is the house I was raised in since 1970. My mother has lived this address for about 60 years. I've always lived in Naugatuck, and I've always made regular visits to Hart Street, almost on a daily basis, to visit my mother and maintain her property. My address is located diagonally from 29 Hart Street. I can clearly see the front and sides of 29 Hart Street from my house. My friend lives behind their house, so I can clearly have vision of the back of the house. In other words, I have way too many angles of this house, whether I want to or not. When I say my friend lives in the backyard, he's on Spencer Street. If I'm standing in his driveway, you are in his backyard right there. That's how close you are. We'll get back to that. As soon as the current residents at 29 Hart Street moved in, there's been a steady flow of Audis coming and going from the property. There are usually 8 Audis on the property at any given time. There could be many more, but that's the average normal number. They keep 1 in the garage, 4 in the driveway, and 3 on the street. They often have cars parked in the front yard, side yard, and even the backyard. These are not always the same Audis. Countless different cars have come and gone over the past few years. Many of these cars have been delivered by flatbed trucks. Multiple different flatbed trucks have been seen at this house at all hours of the day and night. I've also witnessed many cars that were stripped of their parts being taken away from the house on flatbeds. Recently, cars have been coming and going on rented U-Haul car trailers attached to a white Audi SUV. I witnessed people coming to the house and leaving with car parts. I recently saw a white van with New York license plates back over the front yard, continue past the side of the house and park in front of a shed in the backyard. The entire engine was loaded into the van. I witnessed that myself. There's a second floor deck on the back of the house. There are several plastic utility bins stacked on the deck. They contain all types of car parts. I know this because from my friend's house, I witnessed these parts personally scattered all over the yard. The activity has continued even after the cease and desist order was issued. They tend to work on cars in short bursts and close up shop as fast as it opens. They do not have a regular schedule and work is done at random times. It's been going on since the day they moved in, and it continues. So we've heard a lot about the different Audis. I do like cars. I know a little bit about cars. These are all different Audis. Not all of them, but many of them. They do stay with the same color pattern because they are definitely switching license plates. Some have white silver rims on the back, black on the front. Some have neon lights underneath them. Some have accents of different colors here. Some have racing stickers on one side. Some have nothing. So you can definitely see the newest one has gold rims. I noticed things like that. You can definitely see these are different cars. They appear to be the same, but they're not. Some stick around for a little while, some stick around for a day. They're all over the place. Interesting enough, when they first moved into the house, I'm walking down the street, and the first thing I noticed was the 1-car garage had the doors open. They lined both sides of the walls with LED lighting. I said, that's kind of odd. It's a 1-car garage, most people could fluorescent lights work fine. No, they lined this garage with LED lighting on the walls. I'm like, that's odd, but didn't think much until the flatbed started rolling in. Started putting cars all over the property, even behind the house. The only reason they stopped doing that is the neighbor directly across from me, an elderly gentleman and his wife, put that long white fence in, so they couldn't get over his property into the backyard. They did cut down all the bushes on their side of their house, so they still have access to their storage shed. That metal shed wasn't there before they put it up, before they moved in. They built this metal shed. I witnessed it. I see the door open sometimes. Parts coming and going from the storage shed.
I've seen them hand truck those parts on, dollies and, whatchamacallit, engines blocks, engines themselves. I've seen them carry all these parts. And wheel them through the front yard. Everything goes through the front yard down the right side of the house into the shed. Again, getting back to my friend's house, it's so close, it's ridiculous. That's the only side of the house that doesn't have a fence because neighbors on both sides of the house had to put fence up for all the distraction. On the back side, there's just a chain link fence. It's a raised ranch, so their deck, I can walk under if I need to. It's that high. It's the main level of the house. Dozens and dozens of fence. I've been over there where my friend joked they must be having a tag sale. They were all over the backyard. Every piece of a car you can imagine, including front ends of Audis, mechanical parts, all kinds of parts, all over the backyard. They have since put a green tarp with some type of fine camouflage type thing over it, so I guess we're not supposed to be able to see that. So many car parts that you'd be amazed. It's truly amazing. Again, I'm familiar with cars and I'm not a mechanic, but we've seen the engine stands in the garage. The air tools going. Even at night when the garage doors closed, we know they're in there. You can see the lights, you can hear them. Like we've said, tools dropping, air tools going all hours of the night. Parts coming and going. Very interesting. They're not all their cars, and most of the time when we're complaining about this noise, I believe they're test driving the cars. They let them idle for lengthy periods of time, hours, sometimes, then they go for the test ride, and that's when the real fun begins. From inside my house, I can track that car, but I'm guessing to cross street, and I'm not kidding. If you're familiar with Route 8, I know everybody here is. I can hear them go down Hard Street, down Spencer, down Cherry, over the Bridgefield Bridge, switching gears, get on the highway, and I'm guessing they gotta be at the cross street by now. And I'm still listening to their cars. And again, if it was their own personal cars, I guess they'd just be breaking speeding laws, but they're not their cars, they're test drive. Then they come back, work on them more, and go for another little test drive. That's what they do with that. Funny part, one of the flatbeds that pulled up in front of the house, I go out my porch because I always like to see what's going on. The guy gets out. I originally thought the flatbeds were in cahoots with them. They're not. They're random trucks, all different, like I said, New Jersey, New York, a lot of them out of Waterbury. The guy gets out of the truck, looks up at me and said, "I'd call the cops." He was in disbelief of what he was witnessing on the property. The guy was there about 10 seconds. And he looks up at me and says, "I would call the cops if I were you." I was amazed at the guy who's minding his own business, driving a tow truck, and probably doesn't care what people are doing. And, was that quickly amazed at what was going on around him. I witnessed transactions in the driveway as far as people coming and going. The customers stand out, they do, really know who they are. I don't pull up to, we know who lives there, we know who comes and goes, friends, different cars. I don't pull up to a stranger's driveway, shake their hand and open the hood of my car. That happens all the time. Happens all the time. First thing that happens, the hood of the car opens. I find that interesting. You'll notice from the pictures and what people are saying with the tow trucks or the flatbeds, how they position themselves. Cars get, 9 out of 10, the cars get dropped off in the street. It's because they still have wheels on them and front ends on them and engines in them, and they quickly push them in the garage, quickly. You'll see from the pictures, all the flatbeds backed into the driveway. That's when they're leaving. That's when they're shells. There's no doors on the cars sometimes. The one I witnessed tonight had no engine in the front, no fenders on it, no front end, as Sarah said. That's 9 out of 10 when they're coming. The garage is the true chop shop. Cars don't come out of the garage in one piece. I think it's very obvious. They work in the driveway all the time. 3 cars open, 3 hoods open at a time. Cars on jack stands all the time. This is going on a daily basis. The reason you can't drive by their house and just take pictures all the time is they stay set up and break down like that. Usually on the weekends, there's more time outside, but they'll come in, people will come over, and I like to address Mr. Pistorelli there. It's not illegal to have people come to your house. It's not illegal to have work on your own cars. It's not illegal to have your friends gathering while you work on your cars. But when there's different cars coming all the time and they're gathering to do this, it's very obvious. It's very obvious about the people, especially the young kids. These are kids who like race cars. They're very obvious. They come over, they shake hands, the hood goes up again. I worked from home 5 days a week off through COVID. So I had all kinds of shows. I mean, daily, all hours of the day. I still work from home 2 to 3 days a week. Again, I'm diagonal. I have a view of everything that goes on My friend in back only got a view of the car parts. We get the full show in front of the house. There's nothing blocking my view. They come and go as they please. I also have a camera on my house. Some of the pictures are from there. You can always see the flatbeds coming and going. We got plenty of pictures of them. They don't have doors on them. They're stripped. To go back to that cover underneath in the driveway, there's usually a car under there. It's usually the convertible. In the past, it's been several different cars. You can tell by the shape of it, the cars don't have doors on it. You know, it's not a nice smooth shape. Then you see them work on it and you open it up and they reveal that there's no doors on the car. So they finish stripping the parts off of it and they move it along. That goes out different hours of the night. The last flatbed I just checked was at 6:01 on Sunday morning. It was a car October 29th, Sunday morning, 6:01 a.m. I mean, who gets cars at 6:01 a.m.? I've never had a flatbed in my driveway. I know we all break down. You keep asking numbers, which is great. I don't know what an acceptable number of flatbeds per driveway any given time is, or any given week or month or year. All the time. Again, even the tow truck drivers are impressed with it. But they did quiet down for a little while and they switched to a rented U-Haul trailer. That's what Sarah was referring to. It was a white SUV. It's got the trailer hitch on it. I'm familiar. I haul trailers. It's got throw hooks on it. It's got everything it needs. The U-Haul trailer comes and goes. Sometimes it's parked in the front yard. Not too often, but they like to hide a few things at the end of Hard Street, but that gets the cops pretty quick, so they don't do that too often. We talk about a commercial business. That's part of it is a commercial business. The most of it is commercial business. Like I said, the garage is the true chop shop. Those are not customers' cars. They're finding these cars wherever, out of state. The tow trucks have out of state plates. They never have plates on them. They come in, they get stripped and they leave. And the parts go in the backyard. That's a definite. The parking, because when you have so many customer cars are all over the street, many times we can't get by the street. I have video of 2 cars in the middle of Hard Street with the hoods up, because as they were working on them, they stalled and they couldn't get them moving again, and they're parked in the middle of Hard Street, blocking the entire street. No one was coming up or down the street that day. It was just ridiculous, but unfortunately, that's not uncommon. I don't know why they need to let these cars they're working on for other people idle so much, but like everybody pointed out here, cars idle for hours. Then they take them for their test ride. They just vibrate through the houses. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why, if you're running an illegal business, I would think of flying under the radar a little bit, but they don't do that. The environmental issues, like Keith was saying about the water flowing down the street, that's obvious even now. A lot of it has faded, but at one time there was so much oil in their driveway. We knew the previous owners, there was never oil in the driveway. The street going all the way down to Spencer Street, they're the second house up on their side, third house up on the other side. So there's a decent distance down to Spencer Street covered in oil. And we've seen it come out of their car. We see where they park the cars. They very rarely park their customer cars in front of the gentleman across the street from me, because they don't like to draw attention to that. And that street's covered in oil. No one ever parks in that spot. He's got a 6-car garage. The other guy, unrelated to this, but anyway, so he doesn't park in front of his house ever. It's just that family that parks and the street's covered in oil there. There's oil all over our street. It's ridiculous. And as far as the license plates goes, you know they're being swapped, and the parking is, the only nice part about it is they keep their cars like this because we think they're hiding the plates. Always back there, you'll never see a car pulled in that driveway. Never have front plates. 2 on the street, parked bumper to bumper, touching or an inch apart, so you can't see the back plate of one of the cars. They've been doing that since they moved in. There only seems to be 1 car that's really legal over there, and that's the one they don't seem to touch or hack up. That's the, I don't know whose car, I believe it's the mother's. It's parked separately, visible plates, not backed in. That seems to be the only one that's untouched for some reason. This goes on all the time. Again, could be a 6:01 Sunday morning, flashing lights, chains, because the tow truck drivers aren't trying to be quiet, because they're doing their job. They're paid to deliver a car. They pull up if it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, chains, the hydraulics on the trucks, everything's going, wakes us all up, constant. And that car gets fixed, then it gets moved on to another one. A lot of the stuff we talk about, it could be an annoyance, because they do that on purpose now to annoy us. They back in the driveway, leave the light shining on the house across the street. They were clearly rev the engine, turns up the music, and sometimes tap the horn to let us know they're home. That's what they like to do. it's just, why not? Again, my camera catches a lot of the activity. So do all the neighbors, obviously. I think I've covered pretty much everything, the stress level they have caused on that street. Again, I was born in that house in 1970. Quiet, do what you want there, play in the street, walk up and down the street, not anymore. All we talk about is that damn house. We're all nervous wrecks. It's ruined our lives. I keep saying, let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. But you can't not talk about it when there's an engine running 24/7 across the street that's just vibrating through the house. I moved my home office down to the basement. It's almost worse, I think, because it's vibrating through the concrete walls. It's gotten that bad. And again, there's no schedule. I can't say come over at 10 o'clock. It might be 10 o'clock. It seems to pick up at 2 in the afternoon, then it just goes until never. And it hasn't, like I said, their idea of slowing down is a day or two. It's not that big of a deal. And they say we quiet them a little bit, no. And as soon as they get more cars, it just starts up again. There's been a couple of new cars lately. I noticed they've been getting dropped off and picked up again, Audis. You can tell them apart. A recent one has gold rims. Another one's a little bit newer than the others. So it's obvious to me that these are not the same cars. A lot of the same cars are there, but a lot of them aren't. Very rarely do you see an odd color one, because those really stand out. I think they forbid the red, but there's a couple coming and going. Pretty much all I have to say.
Questions for Jim? Ron, thank you, Jim. We only have
Thank you.
one more person who's gonna speak just for a few seconds. Yeah, so, Lisa? Lisa's gonna briefly speak, but there is a written statement that I'll give Ed to put in the record.
Hi, my name is Lisa Rotella. I do not reside on Hard Street. I am currently the owner of the property at 24 Hard Street, where my mother, Marilyn Corwani, and my brother Jim and his family reside. I grew up on Hard Street and have moved across town since all this activity has began. I do not have the cameras or the pictures what my family has presented, but I am there constantly. I come to visit my mother and my siblings daily. I assist with my mother's care multiple times a day, so I'm there multiple times of the day, not in the middle of the night. I could say, as for commercial activity in the business or whatever is going on across the street, it's not normal to a residential neighborhood. Hard Street is a short, quiet street, as all my siblings have stated. We played in the street, meticulous. We've done nothing but to try to improve our property always, whether renovations to the house, to the yard. And now we've got all of this going on across the street from us. The street is dirty, it's loud, it's noisy, it's disruptive. The police come now. We never had the police on our street. You can see multiple vehicles. As my siblings have said, I don't know the difference except there's cars in and out. There's lights, there's tools, there's machinery, there's U-Hauls. I've seen the tow trucks. Sometimes when I'm trying to get to my mother's house, there's a few times where I thought the street was blocked and I'm not going to be able to get to her home. And I would park down the street at my brother's house at 34 Hart Street and walk up the street just to check on my mother. That's daily activity, multiple times, 5 days a week and on the weekends. It doesn't matter if it's a Sunday, a Monday, it's always happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other witnesses. I'd just like to make a very short summation. If I may. The number of cars, the number of strangers, the number of tow trucks, the unreasonable hours, the promotion of this activity on social media, the impact on the neighbors, the number of pictures, and again, the testimony of all the neighbors. This would seem to me is overwhelming evidence of activity that's not allowed in a residential zone under your zoning regulation. And there are numerous court cases that tell us that common sense plays a big role in zoning. And I think it's just a common sense approach, that this is not normal activity for a nice residential established neighborhood of this nature. But it is indicative conclusively that there is business activity, commercial activity going on at 29 Hart Street. And I would ask you to support the zoning officer's order that was issued in that regard. And thank you very much for your time. I know this went on longer than many of us might have expected, but there, as you can see, there's a lot of neighbors that are concerned. Their life has been turned upside down, well, almost 3 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Charles, might I suggest a brief recess? You guys have been sitting a long time,
Yes.
restroom break.
Yes.
So I have 9:35.
And we will always agree. So we are. County Board of Appeals for the 28th of November. It's back in session at 9:38. All right, is there any other comment from the comments I should say from the audience? Yes, you may. You want them to come?
They should come up by the microphone again. So they can be heard.
State your name again.
Name for the record, Gregory Lindsay, 29 Hart Street. And I thank you guys for hearing me out.
And for the record, I'm Eric Lindsay, 29 Hart Street.
Yes, now, we've listened to everybody's statements, listened to what they're saying, seen the pictures, the videos, the cars coming on the tow trucks. The attorney noted that, social media accounts, right? I am on Instagram, Sir_Lindsay, my brother, King Leo. We run a car club, Pure Performance Team, which was recently named that, right? Pure Performance Hot Swap. That is a registered business in the city of Bridgeport. EIN number 85-19848888.
Could you repeat that, please?
85-19848888.
And the name of that business again?
Pure Performance Hot Swap. It is owned by Barrington Cummings. And he repairs, builds, and services Audis, mostly Audis, but any car in general. He is my primary mechanic as well, which is where any work that I don't do, which I'm too lazy to do, I just pay for it, right? As regards for the tow trucks bringing cars in, I'm gonna be honest, my car breaks a lot. This year alone, I've replaced the engine 3 times.
3 times.
How do I replace these engines and how do I afford to do this? I buy cars. As you can see, they say that they see cars coming.
Cars on the tow trucks.
Cars coming on tow trucks, cars get taken apart and then taken away. I'm not sure if you wanna pass this around. But these are the receipts from the junkyard. From the other items that we use mainly for 2021. Now I've started to use Chuck and Eddie's. The last receipt there was the car that went without a front end.
They spoke about a car that was
One person speaking.
okay.
They spoke about a car that had no front end. There is a receipt here for that as well. That car was purchased because my father's car was in a front end accident. And I needed a front end for that car. If you go to the dealership, you're gonna be quoted a price that you won't like. That, you can take a look. You want it? Yeah, you fine. Okay. So these receipts are for cars that not only you guys have heard a few cars went out on the records in 2021 that will see more auto wrecking. They took these junk cars and they disposed of them money. The parts that were quoted in the back of the yard are from these cars. These parts are very expensive. A starter motor for my car is like $500. It's easier to buy a car for $1,000 to $2,000 to get a $5,000 engine. If you would agree, I just find them cheap. I am very popular on social media. A lot of people know me, a lot of people come visit me every once in a while, a lot of people want to see my cars, right? Now, what I do is people that have these cars with the specific engine that I use, I buy them for cheap. $1,000 to $2,000 for a $5,000 engine is a deal. All I have to do is remove that engine, take off whatever else parts I need, and dispose of the vehicle. I've done this a few times. There was a quoted vehicle, a car that had the back part of it torn off in the yard for quite some time. There are pictures of that car and videos of that car. It was under tarp, it was there, parts got taken off of it. That car belonged to Herrick Lindsay, was licensed and insured. Licensed and insured to him. That car, after I finished building that car, I took it out on Route 8. There are accident reports on it. I had a near fatal accident with a hit and run situation. A truck hit me, almost swerved off the highway, and left. I proceeded to bring the car home, just left it there, and rebuilt that car for him. That subsequent rebuilt car caught fire. You can check the fire reports. Caught fire on exit 25 and burned to the ground. You can research those fire reports as well. I tell this to say, this hobby of ours, we have these cars, we build these cars, we do what we do, and it's not a commercial running. The cars that you see in the pictures are all the same cars. They might have different rims, they might have different stickers. The only car that has stickers is a black Audi that is owned by me. It has stickers along the side and snowflakes on the roof. That's the only car that has stickers. If you notice, it changes a bit because I changed the front end, I changed the look, I've changed the rims. I've gone through rims a lot. There's a white car that has gold rims. It doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my cousin. He lives in Waterbury. You can, whenever the plate is around, they have pictures of the plate, you can see it as well. If that's the same car, it belonged to me at one point, and he took it from me, right? It was registered to me in my name. I paid taxes for that vehicle, and he bought it from me. Well, the same transaction, he took it from me. Now, that car belongs to him, but he's still always at the house because he lives right up the street, right? That car with the gold rims was there before with black and silver rims, black rims, red rims. He changes rims a lot. I change rims a lot. My brother changes cars a lot. This is my brother's third car. The cars that come through are always registered, always insured, always in our names over at Hard Street. I do not work on other people's cars because it's stressing enough to work on my own. Going through 3 engines on my car alone is a lot. My brother's car, he kind of hates it because he doesn't get a chance to work on his car that much, and he works on it in the driveway. My father's car works on the driveway a lot because my car is almost always in the garage. The loud car that they quote a lot that goes around, that is indeed my car. It is no other different cars, it is my car. That one car that you see in the videos, she showed you a video, I know how my car sounds. I see it, that is indeed my car. You can check the records, I have 2 vehicles insured in my name. That white Audi Q7 that they quoted, that they said we got to bring U-Hauls and stuff, that is my personal vehicle. I bought that vehicle because it's stressful to deal with a car that breaks every 2 months. So I have something more reliable. And it's easier to use a U-Haul than to pay AAA or have a tow truck company bring my car every time it breaks. Since recently, my car broke at 4 a.m. in Hartford. And I had to sit there for 2 hours and wait before I could get home at 6 something in the morning. It is a bit inconvenience, yes, I understand, but it is not illegal for me to have my car towed at inconvenient times. What else am I supposed to do? Sit and wait until the daytime to get my car home? I can't do that. Then I risk things happening like theft or something like that. For the record, my car, I have almost 60 grand in it. It is a very expensive car. It has a lot of stuff. You mentioned that we run car clubs. That is what I do. When people come to visit me, that is what they visit me for. Now recently, I've noticed that the fire department, they're running a toy drive. Me and my club has approached the fire department. We are now working with them to facilitate this toy drive. And you'll see that as well, December 16th. I implore anybody who's, around the area, we are accepting toys for the kids, for the fire department. These as well. But this is what we do. Me and my brother, we have a car club, we're car guys. I have a car that breaks a lot. It's frustrating for me as well. I understand the neighbor's frustration, but this is definitely, this issue was originally about the commercial repair that are taking place at 29 Hart Street. Tonight, I haven't heard about any transactions. I haven't heard about anybody conducting any form of business. I just heard that cars are being worked on, and that is it. Nobody could identify whether or not these are certain different cars. They might be different cars. That's not a valid argument. The cars might look a little bit different, but they are not different cars. These are definitely the same cars with different parts. And where are these different parts coming from? The same cars that are coming in, getting parts taken off of and being brought away. Those are where the different parts coming from, making the cars look a little bit different. And I have to keep myself with a different image on my car and keep my social media presence so a little bit active. You get me? So the different changes in my car is what keeps me relevant on social media and keeps the car page relevant. For me to do events like this, like the toy drive and our recent car meet in the fall. So this is what we do at 29 Hart Street. We're car guys, we build our cars, we work on our own cars. Honestly, I can't afford to pay a mechanic to work on my cars. The first time I got a bill from Audi was $10,000 for an agent from Germany. I said, hell no. And that's where the pattern started with on my cars. Right?
And I want to put it on the record. My car, this neighbor spoke about a car with a black hood. That's my car. It's downstairs at this moment. That's my registered car. That is my car. And my passion for my car, which is a 2004 car, I want it to look like a 2008 motor car. And I bought a car, we removed all the parts. You spoke about it. We remove all the parts. I have those front end parts for the 2008 car at my backyard. And those parts are going to remove. I'm going to remove the front part from my 2004 and put the 2008 on my 2004 motor car. And that's why my passion is I am transforming my car to suit myself. And at this moment again, my son, he has a Audi SUV he spoke about. He attached the U-Haul to it. I want to ask if this is wrong. Can't I do it? I see a car, I make reservation to go and get a car, which is a Q5 2012, and I'm going to buy that car. I want to know if it's still legal, or can I do it or not do it? I want to give the right. I'm going to get it Thursday, take it here. That car needs repair to the engine. That car is going to be registered in either my name or my wife's name. I'm going to buy that car, or should buy that car on Thursday. It needs engine repair. Who's going to repair that car? My sons. They're going to repair that car. Registered to my name or my wife's name. That's what we do. That car the engine is no good. Guys selling it cheap. We bought it, repaired it, have it. That's what we do. We're not doing nothing illegal.
And
I'm not buying and selling cars.
And for the record, that is exactly how we afford to have so many Audis.
That's how we afford to have so many Audis.
We buy them cheap. with wrecked engines, because let's be honest, if you have a car, you have a 2010 Audi A4. And you hear that mechanic say, okay, the engine's gonna be $4,000, and to install it's gonna be $3,000. You're gonna sell it to me for $500,
The junk price.
instead of sending it to a junkie.
The car that I bought in the black bonnet, the Blackwood, I bought it all the way in West Haven. I paid $1,200 for that car. And we have parts for that car, and we just simply put it back together. And that's the car I'm having. It worked right in my driveway. We did it into the driveway, in the garage.
And they have quoted tonight that they've seen people come, get parts and leave. As I said, I'm kind of relevant in the automotive community. People know what I do, know that I take cars apart. A guy would say, hey, Greg, by any chance you have a piece of hose that I can get? I'm like, hell yeah, sure. Because I share the same passion with people. They say, all right, they spoke about an exhaust. I don't need to put any more exhaust on my car. I have an exhaust in the backyard. A friend of mine needs it. Take it.
So that's what we do. You guys mentioned your neighbors. We have nothing against you. We have nothing against your neighbors. We're not here to seek variance to operate a commercial garage. We don't want that. We don't want to disturb your neighbors. But I guess your neighbors should understand.
And let the record speak, we are not seeking variance to operate. Not at all.
No, we're not seeking variance.
One second, buddy. We are not seeking variance to operate a shop. We have no intentions of running anything commercial. We have no intentions of working on anything other than our own vehicles. It is stressing enough. And I personally have 2 jobs. At the night, all of my stuff is personal records. They mentioned that I work in the insurance industry. You can agent search me. All of my insurance records or my investment license are public record. You can search them up. It is not hard to find. And I also work as a supervisor for a security company, Clinch Investigations. I'm one of the main supervisors for that company. I work during the night at that company. So yes, when they say they hear the car coming in sometimes at late hours, sometimes I go for a 12 to 8 shift. I'll be leaving at 11:30 and coming back at 8 o'clock. So that's what I've recently started doing is driving a different car. And I can do that, right? So that's where some of the disparities come in. But I have no intention of running a commercial shop. It is stressful enough. I've seen where Mr. Cummings is doing it. I'm not doing it. I wish him not to do it. All the best to him. And I just want to continue doing what I'm doing at home. It's my home. I wish to do what I want in my garage.
And for the records, I just want the board here to put me on the right track. Put my house on the right track. Tell us what we are doing, if we are doing anything illegal, what is our legal obligation, and what if we are doing anything illegal, and put us on the right track. That's all we want to do, nothing. We just want nothing, we just want to be on the right track. And I said, they spoke about vehicles coming in and out. For the records, I should be getting a Q5 person. Is it illegal for me to bring that vehicle at my house for repair for myself? I just want to be on the right track.
Any questions from anybody in the panel?
The thing is that they had mentioned that there was other cars, besides Audis there, that you worked on.
No, not worked on, friends and family. No, I don't do major repairs on any friends and family side. The most I would do is, somebody comes with a new car, we look around it, see check out somebody else's car. But I'm not taking engines out of other people's cars. I'm not working on other people's cars.
The board, I want to ask you, the board, is it illegal? Or is it within the zoning for my friend or a family member to put up, whether my driveway or on the road there, open his wood, show us what he has. We look around, we admire. Is it illegal? Because I don't want to be violating the zoning act. Because the hood is open, some activities is going on.
Yes, is that something that we cannot do? Is it wrong for me to have friends and families come over, or acquaintances to show us what they have, to show us what we have?
I will answer that. No, it would not be.
Thank you, because it happens, it's far and few between, but it happens. We mostly meet at car shows, but when somebody gets something new, they're excited. They wanna come show us what they have.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
How do you explain the constant comings and goings? You said your engine blew 3 times.
This year.
You said you've had trouble. Why has this been going on since you folks moved into the neighborhood? Why has it been 30 some odd times by estimates of the people here in the gallery?
They're over that amount.
All right, still, why? Why is it a constant flow in this neighborhood? Why are they talking about streets being blocked? Why are they talking about excessive, now that's not what we're here for, but they're talking about excessive noise. That's not for zoning, but these are the things that are going
I
on.
understand.
And the 3 AM, it looks bad. Let's be serious. Let's be completely serious. You've got stuff coming in at all hours of the day and night. That, the optics are bad, let me put it that way.
I understand.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is, you know, the racing, I mean, again, this isn't for zoning, but it looks, it's like the gentleman said, it's a piece of the puzzle that, you know, the bricks that you put together. You know, racing up and down the street.
Well, excuse me, 1 second, let the record state, we do not drive our cars past the speed limit in Nagasaki.
We've heard comments.
Hold on, let the record speak. You have to show me a police report or some police to say, hey, this guy was speeding in Nagasaki.
If you haven't been caught, there's no report.
Yes, I am very popular in this town because of these guys. The police department watches me constantly. So everywhere that I go, the police are watching my cars and they know that black car. I'm pretty sure, officer, you know the black car that I'm speaking about? Oh, thank you. At least somebody doesn't know it. But when they see my car, they pay very close attention to me. Because if I'm in violation, they know exactly where to go. I'm not hiding. So if they're saying that, hey, that my cars are racing up and down the street, I don't even race my cars. I take them to car shows, I don't race.
Maybe we should get back on track.
All right, yes. And the other thing about the tow trucks, I tow my cars into my yard because whenever something happens on the road, I'm very fearful of damaging something else. So I'm always just calling AAA and have them bring it home.
Okay, so you're saying that, just to get back on track of what zoning.
Yeah.
Needs to
Yes,
understand. All the cars that you work on with the hoods up and every other photos that we've seen are all your cars that are registered to 29 Hart Street.
Every single one, yes.
And that's all owned by your family.
All owned by me and my family. You are welcomed anytime. Even if you pass by and see a car open and see a car being worked on, then I have no problem with sharing the vehicle information with anybody that asks. You can stop by and ask for information for this vehicle that's being worked on. I will provide every single paperwork every time I ask. Nobody ever asks me.
Just one social media post. Just someone asks you to tow their car back to your house to work on it.
Whose page is that?
I would be like, what about performance system?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your performance systems. Or is
Yeah.
it Pure Performance team? I'm in charge of Pure Performance team.
System.
That's Burlington Companies.
It's going to your house.
No.
Okay. And this other one, I'm ready for you to come pick up my car to work on, bro. I'll give you my cell phone, you come get it. That's not yours either.
It's not me.
Oh, okay.
And then here's another notice here that, another point here, Pure Performance Hot Swap posted a video from 29 Hard Street.
With a gold convertible, with a stamping and a gold
No, a
convertible.
white Audi,
Well,
speeding to the end of the street. This was something posted to a social media account from Pure Performance Hot Swap at your house.
check the license plate, that's not my car.
I'm not asking, this ties into the repair.
See,
That
what,
car was not repaired.
see what they're doing is they're using 29 Hard Street on social media, so that's,
No, that
that's all
car,
we have to go on is what.
yeah, understandable, but, that car was posted driving down 29 Hard Street, right?
Yeah.
Was it shown being repaired at 29 Hard Street, or was it a friend visiting? There's no record of any work done on that car. That car is a 2019
It's on the,
Audi
It's not the
S4
investigation.
investigation.
somewhere in there. And that car was worked on in Seymour, Connecticut. If I was a little bit more prepared, I could have told you guys exactly who owns all these vehicles, where they come from, where they get worked on, receipts of them being worked on at these various shops. I can provide all of that.
So you work on these cars morning, noon and night, even when you work. Night
jobs.
Two jobs, you work on these all the time, hoods up every single day?
No.
And, okay, my next question is, why do you have to idle them for so long? Is there a reason? Like, I idle my car for 2 minutes to get it warmed up and that's it. I don't understand if
They are putting it out too much. We would
I
never.
don't understand why, everyone, all the witnesses kept saying that they hear the idling constantly, sometimes with nobody in the car. Why, if they're all your cars and you're working on them all the time, why are you working on all of them? You only have one car that you want to fix up to be the best. And you have all these other cars being idling in your driveway.
It's not all these other cars, it's one car, it's the black car that was mentioned, it is the problem, and the neighbors, Sarah. She came over and mentioned to me that I will have this car taken from you. That was said on my doorbell camera, which I was a little bit more prepared, but that car, before I go to drive it, I usually warm it up for at least 40 minutes. So yes, that car.
40 minutes,
Yes.
a lot of gas release.
And that's gotta be premium.
I'm sure it is.
Premium on sometimes E85, depending. That's the only, that and the Audi Q7 are the loudest cars in the yard. Those are the only loud cars because of the frequency of which I start that car is why we're here today. As I said before, before I drive it, it's usually 30 to 45 minutes. I'm making sure that everything is up to temp, making sure that everything's good, because again, I build the engine a lot.
So all those cars in your yard with the hoods up, you use all those cars for your black car
No,
to fix, to be the
No.
best?
no,
I'm wrong?
no, not all those cars.
So, okay, so all those cars are being used for what?
So you have a picture of my driveway with. four
I
cars.
have pictures of your driveway with lots and lots and lots of cars.
Can you say,
So
so,
just being an educated woman, I can see that there's a lot of stuff going on in your driveway to fix one car.
No,
that you want to
it's
be
not
the
just to
best.
fix my car, my car is. the
Then
main-
what cars are you fixing?
All of them, my car is the main problem, bro.
So then all these other cars you're
All the other
fixing as
cars
well?
that we own.
Yeah,
I
and you're gonna,
service, yes, I service and fix all those cars that we own.
and what are you gonna do with them afterwards?
that's my car. My wife's car.
No, I know you have your own car. I'm talking about the ones that you say you take all the parts and you do stuff with them.
Oh, we jumped in.
You junk them.
Yes.
Okay. So after all that, you junk those cars.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
they're basically good. After I get what I need off of them, I don't want them. I need them. And there's quite a few.
Yeah, I guess so.
And I was told that I am not allowed to have more than one unregistered vehicle at a time on my property. Is that is true for the record?
I'm on zoning board. I don't know about.
One unregistered vehicle can be on a residential property
For how long?
for up to 6 months.
Thank you.
Well, only one.
One
Only
car.
one. Yes. All right. But, so one thing, guys, so Ed was actually at my house before because I had more than one unregistered vehicle at a time.
I didn't know.
We didn't know the rules at that time and we had to correct it. Right, Ed?
Correct.
Yes.
And we spoke to Ed and Ed told us
Ed gave us strict guidelines.
the guidelines to follow.
And he did mention to me that, hey, no, you guys can't leave car parts on the yard, you can't.
He gave us guidelines and
That
we
we
put
stick
in the bid, right, Ed?
You are correct on that. When I went out there the very first time, you had a transmission in the front yard, you had tires, you had all that. And I told you had to remove all of that stuff from being in the yard.
And we put some on the back.
I
Yes,
don't know
and
what
we
you
put
did.
it in some bins because we don't want the moisture, so we placed in bins.
And that was approximately 2 to 3 years ago or so.
2 years ago. Yes.
And we have tires with rims because we change tires for the vehicles.
Yeah.
Approximately 8 or such vehicles in the yard, each vehicle, 4 tires. You would expect more, but you don't have so much.
Any further questions?
No,
And may I ask, Ed, zoning officer, is it illegal for us or against the zone to wash our car in our driveway?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Because neighbors complain and I've seen them wash their cars, so, but it's good.
Mr. Carter asks, an offer. I'm assuming that you were called out because there were parts on the front yard, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, now, you said when Mr. Carter went out there, you moved those parts to the back.
Yes.
The back, what, the backyard, back of the house?
Under the, we get a shed from Home Depot, where we can put some in, and we have under the deck. We put it in bins and put a little, makeshift, barrier, leaves around, make it look presentable at our home.
Yes, you.
Do you visit?
If somebody has something in the front yard that's not supposed to be there.
well, first of all, I can only go to a certain part on a property. I cannot do an illegal search of a property. If I can see something legally, I'm allowed to go up to a front door of a house. I can go up a driveway to a front door of a house. I can stand on a public road and see. But I cannot go to someone's backyard looking for issues. I cannot go on my own on a search without a search warrant. So what I can see with my eye from a common public area is what I can legally do. And that's what I addressed with them at that time. I will say they did respond at that time. And I have not spoken to them since then about that.
But the other part of my question is, as far as zoning, it's land use itself. If somebody is told to remove this from the front yard, and they put it in the backyard, it's still in front, is that legal? Or if they're told to remove it, does that mean remove it from the property, maybe put it somewhere else, on another, I don't know. Put it in their garage, maybe put it in their basement?
I would assume they would put it somewhere where it's in a shed, or if it's, you know?
But not just don't.
I didn't get calls from anyone from behind the property that said to me, come onto my property back here and look into their backyard.
Yeah.
Again, I can't just go and walk into someone's property. So zoning wise, blight wise, there's many different ways that you can look at it. To me, parts of cars accumulated on a property could be considered blight. It's the accumulation of potential trash and debris. One man's trash is one man's treasure. All right, and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I seem to have to do that quite often. I'm not saying it's their property, I'm just overall in the town of Naugatuck. That I go and have these conversations with residents about debris that I might be able to see from a common public area. And what I'll say to them is, I'm asking you to remove this. I don't have the right to go in and say, where did you put it?
What I'd like to do is recognize Barbara Betford, because this gentleman said that they were not speeding on Hart Street. She raised her hand. I believe she may have had something she wanted to share with us, or am I correct?
Well, they do post videos of themselves driving down Route 8 speeding, so there are videos on social media that can be pulled up. But in addition to that.
You should come up here, make
Yeah,
sure.
Are you guys finished?
No. What she does.
I wanna hear what you say.
No, worries. So there are videos posted on the social media accounts of their cars racing down Route 8 in Naugatuck on 25 at Cross Street. So they are within Naugatuck boundaries, posted on social media, showing the gauge well above the posted speed limit, number one. Number two, to rebut or bring up something they mentioned, they want to deny any affiliation with Pure Performance Systems Hot Swap, but take credit for Pure Performance Systems team. Now, the Audi SUV that they admitted to having with the U-Haul trailer, on May 14th, Pure Performance Systems Hot Swap has their SUV and trailer trailing a car with the caption 2.7T loading. And people are in the comments saying, oh damn, you can tow mine, then back to your home, so you can start work on mine, AAA, give me a hard time, tow it, blah, blah, whatever. Pure Performance Systems says, yeah, man, let me know when you're ready. Now, yes, Hot Swap is a registered Bridgeport entity. Bridgeport has a lower tax mill than Naugatuck, folks. Not surprising, a business might be registered down there. But based on the social media activity, this is their vehicle with the U-Haul on Pure Performance Hot Swap saying, tow it to your home.
What color is that car?
That's the
What color is that you said?
black.
No, the vehicle told me, what color is it?
It appears to be what?
No, it's not.
I mean, that's debatable.
No, that vehicle is silver.
What do you mean?
That's a silver, no.
That's Barry vehicle.
That vehicle belongs to Barrington Collins. And I'm sorry, it would be a delight if I could even have him on the phone for you guys to speak to him, but that
You
is.
knew the hearing was tonight, though.
That is his vehicle, not mine.
Yeah, what are your cars? Four white bodies, your black one, SUV, and your dad's with the black hood.
Alright, let me list them off for you. 2006 Audi A4.
Color?
Black. Registered to me.
That's the one that that's your pride and joy, correct?
Yes.
The black one.
Yes.
Okay.
The problem for everybody.
No, I'm just asking.
Mhm.
Okay,
2007 Audi Q7. Registered to me.
what color?
White.
That's the SUV.
Yes.
SUV.
Mhm.
You just bought with the trailer,
I bought that all the way back in January.
with the trailer.
No, we rented
No
the trailer.
No trailer. We rent the trailer from the wall.
And you rent the trailer.
2004 Audi A4. Owned by my father,
Eric Lindsay.
Eric Lindsay.
And color?
Silver.
Silver.
2004 Audi A4 owned by Denise Witter, my girlfriend. Color white. 2008 Audi A4 owned by Leonard Lindsay. Color white. 2008 Audi A4 color blue owned by Donette Lindsay.
That was an A4.
Yes.
6 cars that you have.
I'm not done. Oh. There is a there is a 2017 Audi A4. It is not registered to the land. It
Where's
is
that
registered
here?
in Torrington. It is always parked there. It is owned by my brother's girlfriend. She parks on the street. It is a 2017 Audi A6.
2017.
Mhm.
Yes.
Color?
Silver. There is a 2007 Lexus RX 400 registered to Denise Witter.
What was that, an RX what?
RX 400.
RX 400.
For year?
2007
Color?
silver.
And I'm sorry, what was her last name again? I missed that.
Witter, Witter.
These are all registered here except for two.
Yeah, no,
One is one.
except for one. 2017. All of the all of the 2017 Audi A6 is not
Not
registered.
registered. But it's always there.
It's always there, so my brother's girlfriend. And also any other car that the random like junk cars that I buy, those that I'm only allowed one in every 6 months. So that's what the situation is at my house at any time. And that car usually resides in the garage, like they said, you heard them mention there's almost always a car in the garage. Anytime I get an unregistered vehicle, I do not park it in the yard anymore. I don't park it anywhere else, I park it in the garage. because
So
there wasn't-
if you explain to me, all these cars that you just said are parked either on in your driveway or on the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They all run, correct? They all use them,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So then why are there some of them with the hoods up all the time in your driveway?
Just servicing.
You must do a lot of servicing with those cars.
Yes.
Wow,
Servicing them because they're all these.
okay.
And that's one.
As someone said, go to Honda,
No.
Chevy,
No.
whatever.
We love 4 zeros.
No, come on.
Jeep, I don't know.
No, that's our passion. We love that car.
I'm just confused. I'm just confused that you're always working on them
Yeah.
and you drive them, okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes they break. There's one that's convertible.
One of them, the 2008 convertible the 2008 owned by Leonard Lindsay is a convertible.
The convertible.
That's the white
White
A4.
A4, yes, by Leonard Lindsay is a convertible. It is usually under a car cover. Because, so funny enough, that roof leaks. It's a cloth roof and it leaks. So it puts a car cover on it.
It's a car cover on it.
See, these cars have a lot of problems. With all these cars,
Yes, all those cars are
right now,
no.
right now, they run for now.
Until it breaks.
So if somebody had a 2006 Ford. And they had problems with it.
Yeah.
And they got their hands on a 2017. Would the parts fit?
No, unfortunately.
So any of the vehicles that you claim you own, that you're doing on, you have to find a junk vehicle that's.
And if you notice, most of those vehicles are between the years of 2003 and 2009. The A4s, they're all the same, so we interchange parts of them. If you notice, you have the junk receipts, is either Audi A4s, Audi Allroads, or Audi A6s. All of those parts are interchangeable with our claims. that's how we maintain the vehicles.
Okay, now, this is another question. Some of the pictures that we have here are pictures of bodies. If we could, I wish we could bring them better on. You know. There's
I can try and.
some that are on the street with their hoods up.
You just move along.
But I don't know, that's the one that was parked next to the fire hydrant that was that smashed or something in the back?
Yeah, there was a picture of that, actually back end.
Did it also?
I think, yeah,
Looks like a
I think
flag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so is that your car?
The black convertible, as
Yeah.
mentioned before, that black convertible was smashed up at the back.
Yeah.
That was the car that I was in the near fatal accident.
In the accident.
It's his car. It was his car.
That was your car.
Yes.
It's parked next to the fire.
Yeah.
You don't have it anymore?
No. Yeah. Those black convertibles are bad luck. There's no reason why they crashed and then burned down. No.
So if we find pictures in here of, and I think we've had them, of all these cars with their hoods up, you can identify all those cars,
Right.
like that,
Yes.
like that. We can
Yes.
identify all those cars. with
Right
their-
now, yes.
You could.
Yeah. This is
Now, what is that, flatbed doing?
Yeah.
Is that the Q7?
Is that your car in the back of that flatbed?
This is the Q7 with the
No,
real.
that is my Q7.
With the real on top.
What is the date stamp on this?
Yeah. The date is.
Oh, no.
Like, I don't
If
see.
you
a-
notice, that car is being towed. So,
Like, I don't see a Lexus anywhere in.
no, it's in New York.
Oh, it's in there.
Yeah, so Lexus is now in New York. And
Okay.
the 2004 Audi A4 owned by the winner is in New York, it's in New York now. This tow truck driver was talking to me, looking, as I said, people come by, people check out my cars. They see me on social media, they know, like, hey, wait, you're Sir Lindsay. I see car. The tow truck driver saw me and recognized me. After picking up the car to go to the junkyard, that's me right there. You can see, I'm in a suit still, and him right here checking out the car. That car was junked as well, the receipts there.
I mean, going off the side of the zoning here, I mean, if I was a neighbor, I'd be kind of mad if I saw people parking their
Yes.
cars on their front lawn like that. I gotta be honest with you.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
but, all right, getting off that subject. So you can identify, if we flip through these pictures,
I can identify each and every one of
you can
those.
identify each and every one of those cars that are in your driveway with the hoods up
Mhm.
as your cars.
This was the engine I spoke about, that I said, I had it and a friend came and picked it up from me at the time of this moment. That is my white, you can see clearly that it's white, not any other distorted colors. This is the white car that they said the wheels changed on.
Change regular. Always at the
If you
house.
see this car now, the front end is completely different. So it's the same car, but different parts make it seem a little bit
So
different.
whose car is that?
That is owned by Dante Campbell in Waterbury. That was my car at one point, by the way. It was registered and insured under this license plate before I bought this Q7. You can check the records, that car was registered and insured to me and taxes were paid on it.
Okay, so we heard testimony from a neighbor saying that they saw people dropping off a car and then picking up a car later on in the day. And the car was there during the day, then it was picked up at night.
Nobody drops off cars to be working on my house. No. The most that would happen, maybe my friends come over. And then we jump in one car and then go somewhere else and they come back and leave. But nobody's cars get worked on my house.
Okay, now, so all those pictures that we're looking at,
Mhm. This is the black car, the Audi Q7, the convertible, the Audi A3 owned by Janine Anderson. Was my cousin Brandon Edwards, this is my mother's car, this is the white A4 owned by the Twitter. I can identify every single car you show me, every single feature. And tell you who are the owners and what the cars are doing there.
Excuse me, but if someone says the person dropped off a car and left and picked it up back in the afternoon, can you drop the car there? Is it okay for them to park the car in my driveway then? Does the car worked on? Did they see the car worked on? Did it went inside the garage and worked on? Was it always parked outside,
We're just.
then left? All these are questions.
No, they're valid questions, because if there's a commercial work going on,
Yeah,
were there visible work being done on
Visible
these
work being
apparent
done.
vehicles that are being left? Or do a car come, I hop in the car with somebody else and we go somewhere?
and leave. Because you need to show us that this car was, it parked here, then it removed in the garage, you see, you heard noise, you heard something worked on, then it comes out, and then the person comes, picked it up, and then leave. The car parked there legally, they went away, come back, picked it up, or whatever they want to do, and left. Is that okay?
You know what they're talking about? So you have a picture there with 4 cars in the driveway with the hoods up, right?
Yeah, that's the one. I was
Okay,
trying-
yeah, I know how you're looking for. You
That's
remember
what
that
I
day,
was-
right? So that day, I forgot which neighbor yelled at us that we're not supposed to be working on cars, and we opened everything. And just went inside.
Because why are you picking on to us?
So you open all the hoods up of your cars.
And just leave.
I'd be a little upset too.
So
Yeah.
I mean, they're yelling at us telling that we can't work on our cars, so we just.
I'm not saying that, but at 2 AM in the morning,
No,
that would upset me.
No.
And I'm going off being,
Yes, no,
off being
honestly,
a member.
yes.
That would upset me very, very much.
Yes, and if
To
you
the
know,
point where I would probably go and knock on your door.
hold up,
Yes.
notice this, you
So-
realize that they testified that when we're dropping off cars, it's like quick now, right? Because before, anytime AAA comes to pick up any car that I've broken on the road, I say, hey, listen, my neighbors are not gonna like the fact that you're there, so when you're drop there, do what you're doing quick, avoid making as much noise as possible, just drop the car and leave. So, yeah, they say it seems fast nowadays because I'm rushing the tow truck drivers anytime a tow truck gets there.
Yes.
And if it's something that, let's say my car breaks down somewhere that's not too inconvenient, I just rent a U-Haul the next day and just bring it home. But my particular car, which they say with a tow truck, my car cannot go on a U-Haul because it's too low. So I'm always getting a tow truck for it.
And the board, I still, was getting an answer. Is it okay for me to buy this car on Thursday and take it home?
I have nothing to do with that. That is not I'm not on
Is
that
it
board.
okay?
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's on our word.
I can't tell them you can't buy a car.
Thank you.
I want to buy this car on Thursday, and the guy told me to come, I want to do it in the day, not in the night. All the way in Massachusetts, I'm going to buy this car between 2 and 4. What if the guy doesn't turn up at that time, night catches me?
So what's going on in this picture? I see a car back here with the back open. I see this one. Who owns this one? It's right here.
This is it. Picture, please. So you're seeing this is his car, the silver car, black hood.
Blackwood, it parked downstairs.
This is actually Barrington Cummins. You can tell by the license plate in the front, the weird looking headlights, and it's a convertible. He has this crazy air suspension in the trunk where, if you ever seen a picture, she's seen the social media, you guys, it like goes down completely on the floor. There's a picture in our yard of it like completely on the floor. That's what he does. This is a friend of ours, Lamoy Gregory. You can get his information as well. I believe the officer spoke about somebody's car that had some registration issues.
Registration issue?
That's the car.
That's the car.
It's okay.
Again, I can identify every single car in these pictures. The only 2 cars here not registered to us, this and this, friends visiting.
I know you can own as many cars, anyone can own as many cars as they want.
Correct.
They have them. Is there any ordinance in Naugatuck that says you can only have so many cars on your property at a time?
No.
You still have any of the 2005 Audis?
One,
You didn't list that.
I'm sorry, it's not, but it's 2005.5.
Point five.
No, 2005. You have,
Registered as 2005 is that black car.
which one? There's,
Mine,
that's, you said that's 2006.
it's supposed to be, but the registration,
Is, because it's 0.5.
so it says 2005.5 or sometimes 6, depending on what database you're looking at.
Yes.
Let's just go with 2005, maybe DMV records have it as 2005, I'm not sure. That car is a weird one.
And your brother's convertible, that's a 2009.
No,
Eight.
Did he have a 2009 at one point?
yes, we had a silver 2009 Audi A4.
Whose car is this?
Another random person that comes and visit.
So that's a common thing that you bring a car in and you open the hood.
And just check it out, yeah. It happens more than you kind of imagine. I know,
I'm trying not to let them do it, but sometimes before we say, do not open it because.
I know it doesn't look good,
Yeah,
like, to be honest, but it happens.
This red car,
that's.
No,
someone drove that in?
no, that car wasn't driven by us. There was a car on the back of that the tow truck is towing away. Is there any other pictures of that?
No.
That's a Chevy. We only deal with Audis.
So, but it's coming from your house.
That wasn't in the driveway.
Where, so
The car?
that's just a random truck driving by your house?
No.
I think the next picture.
So these tow trucks, they have a.
So that-
Ah, there it goes. See there? That's the Audi.
Okay, so he came to tow this car and
Yeah.
that one was on the back of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Mhm.
So this Audi was bought for what reason?
To take the parts off of them. And jumped.
How many cars do you think you bought? Over the years?
Over the years, since living in Nagatop or over the years?
No, just here,
Just Nagatop?
Yeah.
About 35.
35. Reason I asked.
All these cars in this picture you can identify?
Oh, there's that red one.
35.
None of care. I remember this. This car registered and insured by Johan Walker in New York. This was my Q7 before. Ed came and told me that, hey, you cannot have more than one unregistered vehicle at a time, so I had to get rid of this. I actually jumped it. This was mine, the one unregistered vehicle that I had. The black car, the famous black car. This was owned by Dion Edwards. This is the black convertible that was crashed. Leonard Lindsay, I said, owned the 2009 Audi A4 previously. It's gone now. This car is owned by Horace Hill. He lives in Nagataka as well.
Reason I asked that question. It's because
And these two cars?
want to be very,
That's the black convertible. This is the convertible that crashed. This is my car. You can identify by the stickers on the side, on the rims. And this is my mother's car.
So the black convertible that crashed, how, did it get crashed right there? How did it drive with a flat tire, it appears in the back?
It didn't drive, it told you dropped it there.
The tow truck dropped it in the middle of the road?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why he wouldn't put this in your driveway?
No room.
I said, no, I'm not sure. Maybe there was no room. Maybe we had to make room and then put it in.
Because it take us suddenly crash.
Why would the hood be open? Are you attempting to drive it?
Maybe most likely, but I remember that car not being able to drive. Maybe I was trying to try
I
to.
can imagine it's not able to drive, the back tire is gone.
Yeah, no, yeah, it would have been easier to drive it instead of push it because the back tire is flat.
There are pictures in the driveway, so somehow they got it there.
Yeah, we were attempting to start it. I took, that you can see that pic,
Who's the ass man?
my cousin. Brandon Edwards that I spoke about. That asthma license plate is a prank with each other. What time was this? This was recent.
This is
This was-
6 p.m. on October 29th.
This was what I was talking about when my car got messed up the morning that I came in.
Sunday morning,
Yeah, Sunday morning.
the engine fails, so it came in that
The
morning.
most recent engine failure. That is absolutely my car. If you can.
And all these other cars are,
Not mine, the A6, my father's car, Leonard's car, the Q7, my mother's car, and then, of course, my
And then,
car.
this car is always parked there, and it never works on. Because
That's never.
we never work on this car here. It's a 2017 car.
Yeah, we need to-
This car-
that's your car.
No, it's my brother's.
My brother's
It's
girlfriend.
someone that belongs to your house.
Yes, she
No, she doesn't, the car is registered in Torrington,
in Torrington,
but she's
always at
always
the,
the other house.
always at the house.
But it doesn't work.
No, it
works.
drives, but
It drives, we just don't drive it.
we doesn't drive it, and not so much. This car is advanced, we doesn't go inside this engine, we doesn't touch this car. So you will never see me work on this car unless it's basic, too advanced, but it's always there.
They spoke about that red truck, it was Barry coming to pick something up from me. If you notice, he has it in the trunk. There was in the trunk, he picked it up one day, fixed it for me, came back and dropped it off. As I said, I'm mechanically inclined, but I don't know everything. So some things I just pay people to do. And he's a good friend of mine, so I can trust him to do things. So he picked that up and things and really try.
I said too much activities. If we have a problem with the car, we ask a friend to come over, give us a hand, tell us something, or do a tuning for the car, because this car is giving a lot of problems for it with the tuning, and Barry's the one who do all the tuning. He comes to the house, do the tuning for him, or try something. Yeah, I know it's the neighbors may questioning why so much people around. Yes, they may be questioning, but there's the activities, but it's a commercial
In
activity.
this video, this is another Nagotok resident. He was just driving past, see that we have a lot of Audis, and was just showing us his car. It happens more than anything. Because
I had to deal with a guy a few years ago in my line of work. I was talking to his attorney. Now, this is what the attorney told me. I don't remember how many cars the guy had, but when he went back to motor vehicles, he registered another one. Motor vehicles told him that you come back with one more car, you have to get a license.
Dealer's license.
So you are.
Yeah, dealer's license.
So I can quote that, you are allowed to buy and sell 5 cars per year. Anything more than that, you have to have a dealer's license. But as I said, I do not buy and sell cars. Anything that I buy and I'm not keeping, I'm junking it.
So you're selling those cars?
Not junk. I usually pay the junkyard to take it.
You're junking 35 cars so far?
Yeah.
5 cars a year.
This truck is taking what?
He just admitted to buying 35 cars since he moved to Naugatuck and he's.
No, not
says
since
5
Naugatuck.
here. That's 15.
Not since now.
That's not, it's not
That's what you
illegal.
said, Naugatuck.
Hold on, Ed,
So this,
that car in the driveway, is being junked. Ed, is it
The
illegal?
car in the garage.
In the junk garage, yes. Ed, is it illegal by zoning?
So that's this car here.
Yes, yes, that wagon with the front end gone, that he mentioned that he needs the front end for,
Yeah, so you would purchase that car
to get parts out.
to get parts off.
Mhm,
The rest junk.
the rest junk. Now, is it illegal to buy a car just to do that?
No,
And
Mr. Carr, can I ask you a
that's
question?
not part of anything with me. I don't know if that would be a motor vehicle thing or whatever.
Is it illegal to buy a car, part it out, and then sell the parts and junk it?
That's potentially could be.
35 times?
These colors don't identify as what they are anymore. If you're putting a 2004 nose or a 2000 swapped nose, these colors aren't, they don't, the only thing that's gonna tell you what it is the VIN number, and it's not matching.
Motor vehicles real flexible about the register, right?
all the VINs match, that's
The
the
VIN
problem,
match.
that's the problem with the DMV, not
You can't tell
not
if
the
it's
board.
2004 or 2007, let's check the VIN number.
Yeah, but it's just the front, just take the front from the 2008 and put it on the 2004, but
Okay,
the
so-
thing does so interfere with.
Take control.
Take it back into control, that doesn't have anything to do with the zoning, or whatever we do to the cars, it doesn't have anything to do with the cease and desist order. We have the cease and desist commercial repairs on the vehicles, which is not happening at all at the residence. What we are doing though, is buying cars, taking parts off of them and putting them on our personal cars. Fixing up our personal cars, making them appear a little bit better, making them perform a little bit better. I have swapped as I said, this year alone, I swapped my engine 3 times.
Storage.
Thank you.
Also part of.
Is there anything else from the? Yeah, any questions?
No.
Good. All right, I'm going to.
Wait.
That's fine.
Once I finish, I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you again for the record. This is Franklin Pillacy. And I've been a municipal lawyer and a zoning lawyer for 50 years. And that's the most incredible story I've ever heard in all of that time. We've heard 35 months this has been going on, 35 tow trucks, not counting the trailers in and out, 35 cars that they've bought since they've lived there. And they explain it with receipts. There are 6 receipts.
Let's be clear, all 35.
Let him finish.
Why? Okay. They brought us 6 receipts. They're all dated within 60 days of 2001, February and March. One is dated August of 21, 27 months ago. 6 receipts. They claim they jumped 20 cars, or 6 cars, by the way. They bought 35 cars. They've been doing this for 35 months, fixing just their own cars. 35 months. Okay? 35 tow cars, not counting the trailers in and out. What they've explained to you is about 1/100th of what has been testified to by everybody in here. You have a valid explanation for about 1/100th of what everybody here has testified from their personal knowledge, personal observation. And what they have said is directly in opposition to the documentary evidence provided by Ms. Savoy. And it just flies in the face. It's just incredible that any of this can justify. Now, they say this is motor vehicle, this is this is a zoning case. It's the zoning violations that are being violated here. And part of the zoning regulations that are being violated is the 35 months working on vehicles almost every single day. 35 tow trucks in and out, often as late as 1:30 in the morning. That acknowledged purchasing 35 cars, but they junked 6. All of this testimony leads any reasonable person to believe that this is a business activity. You don't have family cars being worked on for 35 months at all hours of the day and night. You don't have family cars upsetting an entire neighborhood and disrupting their entire lives. This is what zoning is about. Zoning is about the orderly use of property. And in your zoning regulations, it requires that there has to be no unreasonable noise. Part of that is, what is the reasonable hour to make noise? Part of that is not running a business. It's just incredible to believe, or to think anybody would believe, that they only work on their own cars based on everything that we have heard here. This testimony that we have heard tracks 35 months of torture in that neighborhood. And I think it's just incredible to try to explain it away with 6 junked cars, the latest one 27 months ago. It just defies common sense, what they're trying to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record,
All right, with that, I'm gonna close the public hearing, or public appeal 2057. Thank you all. Got to the members in the bed. We just want to add that cease and desist order is not something that's thrown out there because someone doesn't like someone. It's because something is wrong, something's not right. And claiming that these vehicles are owned by the individuals living on property, yet cars being towed by tow trucks, flatbeds, coming from out of state. It's hard to believe, at least for me. Something like this is allowed to continue. Any one of us here could sometime be sitting right out there, and the board would be looking at us. It's up to the board to make a decision to either deny or sustain the order from the land use department. I open it up to the commissioners to, if they have any statements.
I just want a clarification on something because what Charles just said kind of twisted my thinking. If we sustain the appeal, that means they can continue doing what they're doing, or are we sustaining the cease and desist order or denying it?
The 2 choices you have is to uphold the cease and desist order or reject the cease and desist order and sustain the appeal. So it's either you support and uphold and find that the cease and desist order is correct, or you find that the cease and desist order cannot be supported by the weight of the evidence and that the cease and desist order should be overturned.
Thank you.
So we're voting on cease and desist order is for commercial business,
Commercial use in a residential property,
residential property.
that's not permitted
Not,
and not allowable for the regs. Not even, can't even be permitted, it's not allowed.
Right, it's in our bylaws, right? So that's where we're voting on for non-commercial, for commercial use in a residential. Yeah.
So the appeal is being brought by.
No, I get it. No, I get it. No, I get it. I just wanted to put that on record.
I have a question,
Yeah.
if I may.
So, we're close.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be the appeal is. So hearing. Well, no, you would.
No, that's part of it, right? They brought that in.
That's already.
That's part of it, right?
Yes.
That's their 6 receipts from 3 years ago.
We can provide you copies.
We'll
give you copies.
Oh, to give these to you around the close, yeah.
That's it.
We have a comments from the board?
No.
Wherever you want.
I'll make a motion to uphold it.
Yes, we thank you.
That's what we're doing, right? Uphold.
The cease and desist order.
If you wanna, okay. I'll make a motion to uphold the cease and desist order appeal 2057 for the issue of a cease and desist notice order for the business activities, commercial car repair operations for the property located at 29 Hart Street, Norfolk, Connecticut, applicant Hendrick Lindsay and Donna Lindsay.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
The vote is reported as unanimous.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, we got some more questions.
So they have upheld.
No problem. Hold on, so, can we still work on our personal cars?
On my personal car, this car registered here, can we do anything
It
else?
was for commercial activity, as long as you're not doing commercial activity.
But this car, what is mentioned here.
Hold on, pause.
Yeah.
So this is only for commercial, this is not about our cars?
Commercial activity.
So this wasn't about our personal cars?
Was this about our personal cars? I'm asking you, was this about your personal cars?
Yeah, not right. We're gonna finish with our meeting now.
We have to move on, we have to get this over.
Yes.
Well, we have any questions, you can address them to, zoning officer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you. Appreciate all that you said tonight.
Right, that,
Yeah, but we love it.
Oh, I lost the letter. I have it here, I have it.
Oh, yeah, I'll make them. We'll be done in a minute.
I got it.
You can go home, no, I work on my car. No problem.
I have it here somewhere.
On the borough. Is that it over there, Charlie?
I've got the letter right here.
Might be underneath.
Working in the farm, you want this?
Yes.
You can wait right outside.
Okay.
So what I have is, we had talked about pools,
Yes.
the setbacks in the past.
Mhm.
Okay. And what I have here is a letter. I think I sent it out to you guys, and this would be an original that I'm gonna ask you to sign, that I can give to the zoning commission at my next meeting, requesting them to change the regulations in a RA1, R8, and R15 zones. That's where we get most of our variance requests for. And I think Charles and I we met and talked about it, and we wanted to reduce the side and rear property line to 10 feet.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, and one of the reasons we came with that is because it's 10 feet already for a side in like an R8 and RA1 zone. And for some reason, it's 30 in the back. So why can't it be 10 in the back?
Mhm. Yeah, there's.
So
like
what
you said,
what I'll do is if you'll just sign by your name, if you want, then.
And like it said, they're never opposed.
They're usually not opposed, you know.
minimal.
Right. This is above ground, not in ground.
Right, no, it's different.
Right next to anywhere there.
It's past my bedtime.
Starting to get there, you know.
Me too.
It's starting to scare you a little bit.
Are we still?
Yeah.
That's all fine. Yeah, I think this makes total sense.
Just set it up and sign it, you know.
Right? And then I do have for you our meeting dates for next year.
Oh, already.
Nice.
Well, we have to do them a year in advance.
We're not even done with this.
I know.
We have to do them a year in advance. So, or we have to schedule them with the state.
Oh, that's right.
So if you wanted these, and again, there's only one or two that might have changed. But we have holidays.
Are we having one in December?
I don't anticipate one. That's it.
It would stop having it in between Christmas. and
You're the
New Year.
last one.
It would be.
Yeah, well, no, we always move it before.
On December
Yeah, so
seventeenth.
We always move, well, this is next year.
This is next year. I believe it's the 19th this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I always move it up. And I look at Thanksgiving too to see when that falls.
Okay.
So that's all I have for you.
We earned our money today.
I usually go home and shred all this stuff, but I think this might be worth holding on to.
Should we
So
motion
let's
to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.